The afternoon section is hereby called to order. You are welcome back from your lunch, and I believe that you had a good time. Refreshing for us to continue from where we stopped. Presiding over the general debate on the theme, Harnessing Science, Technology, and Innovation, STI, for a more peaceful and sustainable future is Right Honorable Benjamin Okezie-Kalu, the presiding officer from the National Assembly of Nigeria. I'm sure some of the issues raised are of utmost importance to various countries that are here, and I'm sure that this afternoon we're going to get to hear varieties of opinion on this subject matter. You are welcome to the general debate, and I'm sure your country will be delighted to hear you express on those issues that are very pertinent to them on the subject matter. Welcome to the afternoon section. We are starting with Greece. We're going to have Honorable Ms. Averinopoulou from Greece, and that will be followed by Mr. McGuinty from Canada. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Excellencies, science and technology are our best allies in addressing major global challenges we face today, such as poverty, pandemics, climate crisis, and environmental degradation. In recent years, we have witnessed exponential growth and a surge in technological process in fields such as research in genetics, blockchain technology, and Internet of the Things, artificial intelligence and advanced robotics, standalone renewable energy systems, and space technologies. This process holds immense potential to transform horizontally industries, to enhance education and communication, to improve healthcare, manage efficiently our natural resources, to achieve decarbonization and contribute to the well-being of our citizens. However, with great power comes great responsibility. As we embrace the possibilities that science and technology present today, we must also confront the risks they pose. The rapid development of artificial intelligence, for example, while empowering machine and human performance and learning, also raises profound ethical questions. How do we ensure that these systems operate transparently and fairly? How do we prevent biases or the digital divide and job displacement that may exacerbate existing inequalities? And how do we mitigate the negative impacts of technological applications upon our natural environment? These questions are not mere technical questions. They are governance-related and legal questions that require our urgent political response and normative action. Legislation plays a crucial role in shaping the future of science, technology, and innovation. We parliamentarians must work together to create frameworks that accelerate science and technology, frameworks that promote innovation, while at the same time safeguard human rights. Regulations must keep pace with technological advancements and benefit humanity and create an enabling environment for innovation to flourish. Yet, we must protect individuals and communities from potential risks regarding their human rights and dignity. To this end, international cooperation among us is essential. We could share best legislative practices, We could develop global standards and ensure that the benefits of science and technology are being distributed equitably and without posing any risks upon our societies. We could empower every country to leverage science and technology to achieve sustainable development goals. Our development should be smart, sustainable, and inclusive, and no one should be left behind. To achieve this, we need, among others, to invest in education and skills training, in upskilling and reskilling. We must equip the present and the future generations with the knowledge and tools they need and are necessary to thrive in a digital and interconnected world. Dear colleagues, let us commit to a future where science and technology serve humanity and our natural environment, where ethical principles and legislative frameworks enhance them, but they also prioritize the common good and contribute towards a better, safer, and more equitable world. The role of the IPU and our national parliaments is pivotal to this end. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Greece. The floor is now ready for Mr. McGuinty from Canada, while Mr. Shen from China should get ready.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the opportunity to discuss this theme of the general debate, harnessing science, technology, and innovation for a more peaceful and a more sustainable future. Colleagues, the opportunities presented to us are unquestionably boundless, and they are filled with hope. They have the potential to benefit humanity and make our world much more sustainable. Let me give you a few examples of science in action. In Quebec City, in Canada, my home country, a company at the forefront of developing electric vehicle technology recently secured $136 million to develop the means to charge an electric car in just 15 minutes. It takes about 10 minutes to fuel a car with regular fuel. The company will be rolling out a network of rapid charging stations right across the country, helping Canada meet its target of phasing out the sale of gas and diesel cars by 2035, a short decade away from now. Over the past year, China Medical University Hospital in Taichung City, Taiwan, has used artificial intelligence as a key pillar of its so-called intelligent antimicrobial system. It detects bacterial infections in patients. Since deploying that system in 2023, the hospital has been able to identify which bacteria is causing an infection far faster, in 1 hour, rather than the standard 72 hours it was taking to get the lab results. The result? A very steep decline in patient mortality rates and antibiotic use. For several years now, an entrepreneur in Toronto, Canada, has been farming tilapia fish in a warehouse indoors in the heart of the city using a closed aquaponic system. Natural bacterial processes are used to convert the fish waste in the water into plant nutrition. This is then used to grow a variety of salad leaves, all without the use of pesticides and fertilizers. The fish and the produce are then delivered by bicycles to homes, restaurants, and stores. These examples illustrate perfectly how science, tech, and innovation can make the world more sustainable. They also epitomize what I like to refer to as the perpetual state of accelerated disruption. The perpetual state of accelerated disruption. Namely, that what exists today can be improved tomorrow. Despite the many reasons for optimism, a cautionary note is also necessary. Just 3 weeks ago, hundreds of participants met at the UN headquarters in New York to participate in the Summit of the Future. The Pact for the Future, the document that came from it, outlined the various challenges and opportunities relating to digital technologies. In this latter regard, I'd like to refer you to the recent testimony of the Chief Executive Officer of OpenAI, Sam Altman, a brilliant scientist who provided to a U.S. Senate committee testimony on privacy, technology, and the law. This is what he said: "It is essential to develop regulations that incentivize AI safety while ensuring that people are able to access the technology's many benefits." He also said and underscored the need for international cooperation on AI safety, including as regards examining potential intergovernmental oversight mechanisms and standard setting. In fact, I heard recently from a leading American researcher that no sovereign state today is in a position to regulate AI. It is beyond any state. So we're going to have to come together. We're going to have to find an international mechanism to deal with a force of nature, a freight train, which is coming at us as legislators as breakneck speed. And we are not prepared to deal with this. And we're going to have to be. We're going to have to find a way. This view was echoed by the United Nations Secretary General, whose high-level advisory body on AI, which published its final report, Governing AI for Humanity, on the 19th of September of this year, just a month ago. So, colleagues, this is where it's at. The multiple benefits of science, technology, and innovation, they're here. They're here for all to see, and they're here to stay. Scientific knowledge used to double, they said, every 18 months. With the second generation of AI, the scientists tell us, it's doubling every 4 to 6 months and is accelerating even faster. Thank you so much for listening. Let's harness the power of science, technology, and innovation for the benefit of our peoples and the benefit of our planet. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Canada. Well delivered. Let's have Mr. Shen from China. As Mr. Rock.
Madam President, dear colleagues, it gives me great pleasure to represent the National People's Congress of China at the 149th IPU Assembly. In August of this year, we commemorated the 40th anniversary of the NPC's affiliation with the IPU and successfully held the 2024 Inter-Regional Seminar on Achievement of the SDGs of Parliaments of Developing Countries in Beijing. This opened a new chapter for fostering solidarity and collaboration among developing countries. We're eager to take the 40 years anniversary as a springboard to enhance multi-tiered and multi-facted exchanges and cooperation with IPU and other parliaments worldwide, joining hands to build a community with a shared future for mankind. The advancement of technology stands as a pivotal catalyst for social progress. Last month, the UN Future Summit was convened with resounding success, urging nations to bolster collaboration in scientific and technology innovation. This underscores the international community's extensive consensus and shared aspiration for enhancing global governance on S&T innovation. Concurrently, the misuse of cutting-edge technologies such as AI and gene editing poses challenges to the ethics of science and technology. A handful of developed countries, citing national security concerns, have imposed export restrictions, extraterritorial jurisdiction, and unilateral sanctions, attempting to erect small yard and high fence This behavior gravely undermines the legitimate rights of developing countries to utilize technology for peaceful purposes. The technological divide and digital divide between various countries and regions continue to widen, exacerbating the challenges faced in implementing the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. China has always advocated for the balanced approach to technological development and security. We've proposed and championed the adoption of resolution on promoting international cooperation on peaceful uses in the context of international security at UNGA for 2 consecutive years. We call for safeguarding the legitimate rights of developing countries to utilize technology for peaceful ends, to enhance dialogue and cooperation, and to advance the inclusive sharing of technological advancements benefits. I would like to propose the following. First, uphold strategic priority and augment investment guarantees. Governments worldwide should place significant prominence on scientific and technology innovation investment, considering it a key direction of national development strategy and increase policy support across the board. Parliaments should leverage their unique role in fostering S&T innovation, providing robust legislative underpinning and oversight to ensure the successful implementation of national policies and collectively cultivate a society-wide legal environment that champions scientific and technological innovation. Second, follow a people-centered approach. International equity and justice entails that people of all countries should partake in dividends of technological progress. S&T innovation should adhere to the people-centered philosophy, taking the enhancement of human welfare as a driving force and the promotion of comprehensive human development as fundamental starting point. Third, ensure intelligent technology for good. We must and reinforce ethical governance. We must adhere to principles that increase human welfare, respect the rights to life, fairness, and justice, manage risks responsibly, and maintain openness and transparency. We should refine the governance system and mechanism for multi-stakeholder participation and collaboration governance. China has formulated policies on strengthening the governance of S&T ethics, issuing the position paper of China on strengthening ethical governance of AI, thereby contributing wisdom and solutions to the challenges of S&T in governance. Fourth, foster open cooperation and reject decoupling and severing the chain. Politicizing and ideological-driven approaches doesn't mitigate risks, but rather cooperation and opportunities, impacting the stability of global trade and investment and supply chain to the detriment of the common interests of all nations. The international community should clearly resist such tendencies, unclog channels for scientific and technological innovation, and exchanges for common security and development. Madam President, colleagues, in China, it is a fundamental national policy to revitalize the nations through science and education. Over the past several decades, the Communist Party of China has guided the Chinese people to achieve the first centenary goal of building a moderately prosperous society in all respects, through reform and opening up, through S&T innovation. This July, the third plenary session of the 20th CPC Central Committee convened successfully, scientifically mapping out the comprehensive deepening of reforms around Chinese modernization, proposing over 300 significant reform tasks. We will seize the opportunity to further deepen reform of S&T system, place S&T innovation in an even more prominent position. President Xi emphasized that legislative exchanges are a vital component of state-to-state relations. Parliaments can play a very important part in this regard, to expand mutually beneficial and win-win development cooperation, to promote open and inclusive exchanges and mutual learning, and to advance fair and reasonable global governance, making unique contribution to building a community with a shared future. The NPC of China stands ready to enhance exchanges and cooperation with other parliaments to share legislative experiences in the field of S&T innovation and to lend positive strength to the cause of global peace and development. Thank you.
Let's have Mr. Rajkov from Belarus take the stage as Mr. Kopsa from Romania prepares to join us up here.
Thank you. Spasiba. Mr. Chairman, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the delegation of the National Assembly of the Republic of Belarus, I would like to welcome all the participants and guests of the 149th Inter-Parliamentary Union Assembly. The subject proposed for consideration at today's session of the Assembly is of particular importance. A few decades ago, it was hard to imagine that humankind would depend so heavily on advanced technologies, and together with obvious advantages, they would give rise to a whole set of global threats. Therefore, of particular importance today is the problem of when ICT leading countries create high technology along with the rules of the game in this area. Such a policy is unacceptable. Access to peaceful and responsible use of technologies should not be blocked and far-fetched discriminatory pretexts. I would especially like to note the problem of unilateral cohesive measures. They contradict the UN Charter and severely limit global cooperation on this issue. Belarus is also experiencing such an unlawful impact. We call on states to refrain from such unilateral measures which undermine not only sustainable development but also international peace and security. We welcome the responsible conclusion and implementation of long agreements on the protection and promotion of investments in developing countries with clear, defined and effective guarantees for investors, as well as the successful involvement of these countries in the global world economy. In this regard, the role of parliamentary diplomacy in achieving a new level of mutual understanding between countries and peoples is increasingly manifold. Parliamentarians represent the entire spectrum of political and social forces of their countries and are able to establish and maintain communication on the most sensitive and controversial issues of our time. All initiatives proposed by the Belarusian side are aimed at the prosperity of countries and peoples. The internal external policies of the state are in line with the sustainable development goals. The Republic of Belarus is actively developing scientific, technical and innovation cooperation with dozens of states and interested international organizations, and is implementing many mutually beneficial projects. We have plenty to offer our partners. The Republic of Belarus attaches great importance to the movement towards innovations. The President, the Parliament and the government have adopted a whole set of measures to improve the investment climate of the country for this purpose. Strategic goals of innovative development and ways to achieve them are set out in the State Program of Innovative Development of the Republic of Belarus for 2021-2025. Legislative measures are being taken for the creation of new industries that are of decisive importance for the innovative development of the Republic of Belarus, including changing infrastructure for electric vehicles, high-tech agro-industrial production of a full cycle, production of innovative equipment for the oil and gas industry, creation of a center for hybrid cardiac surgery. The goals of legislators are to improve public-private partnership mechanism to stimulate high-tech sectors of the economy based on the fifth and sixth technological modes and to strengthen the country's position in high-tech markets. Striving for economic growth, we maximize the involvement of regions and local authorities in the innovation process. Supporting the education system, specifically investments in training personnel capable of working with new technologies, as well as providing access to high-quality education in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics is of particular importance in our country. Belarus has significant scientific potential in the field of informatics and cybernetics, which has led to the creation of a developed IT sector in the country. The state, including its legislative branch, pays considerable attention to the formation of a favorable environment for the development of business and innovation in this field. Thanks to the measures taken in the World Ranking on Global Sustainable Development Goals Index last year, Belarus took 34th position out of 166 countries. In the Global Innovation Index, 80th place out of 132 countries. Belarus ranked among the top 20 countries in the indicator applications for utility model patterns by origin. The main results obtained from the state research programs and modern achievements of Belarusian science correspond to the world trends, including information and communication and aerospace technologies, electronic and mechanical engineering, nuclear energy, microelectronics, bio and pharma technologies, personalized medicine, environmental security, human security, food security, and efficiency on the agro-industrial complex. And this is far from being the maximum. Belarus uses wisely the achievements of science, technology, and innovation. Our country is a reliable partner in the international arena. It responsibly fulfills its international obligations and does not create threats to international peace and security. Ladies and gentlemen, the Belarusian parliament is always ready for mutually beneficial, constructive interaction in all formats. Only together, using the best world practices and experience, strengthening interstate and international cooperation, we will be able to withstand unfavorable external factors with dignity. In conclusion, I would like to wish you, dear colleagues, successful work, fruitful discussions. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Belarus. Again, well delivered. Let's yield the floor to Romania. Mr. Kopsa from Romania. After that, Mr. Minic from Austria will be taking the floor.
Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, mesdames et messieurs, we come together today at a key moment in human history, an era marked by rapid technological advancements and an urgent need for solution to global challenges. Science, technology, and innovation, STI, are not only shaping our present, but will also define our future. How we utilize these powerful tools will dictate whether we move toward a peaceful, sustainable, and equitable world, or one that deepens divisions and conflicts. The SDG goals, particularly in the field of science and innovation, underscore the necessity of cross-sector collaboration between parliaments, governments, scientists, civil society, ensuring that STI will serve in benefit of humanity. Romania is determined to advance AI and foster innovation. The government, with parliamentary support, has established a strategic framework for research and innovation, talent development. This strategy is focused on educating people, economic growth, smart specialization, and fostering public-private collaboration on this sector. At the same time, at the European Union level, Romania promoted and supported the adoption in August this year of the European AI regulation, a very important law. This very important law provides AI developers and deployers with clear requirements and obligations regarding specific use of AI. And the goal is to ensure that AI systems respect fundamental rights, safety, and ethical principles, and address specific risks. Dear colleagues, STI offers remarkable opportunities to address the global challenge. The global challenges like climate change, diseases eradication, and sustainable growth. Through advances in AI, renewable energy, and biotechnology. To fully harness these benefits, We must ensure they reach all sectors of society, particularly vulnerable groups, marginalized communities. For instance, strengthening research and innovation in the Global South is crucial for closing the development gap and promoting global peace. However, AI also presents a lot of risks, such as national, international, and personal security risks, jobs lost, possible financial crisis related to the use of AI algorithms, broader economic and political instability, increasing criminal activity, loss of creativity and human influence, weakening the ethics and the goodwill. And the final question on this chapter is, AI will become sentient and act beyond humans' control? We need to keep the regulation in step with rapid technological advancement like AI and automation, addressing issues such as the risks shown above. The importance of collaboration among parliaments, governments, civil society, the scientific community, and the private sector cannot be overstated in ensuring that STI serves the greater good and safeguard the future generations. The challenges we face today are substantial, yet the opportunities to leverage STI for positive change are equally significant. As parliamentarians, we hold an important role in shaping legislation that prioritizes ethical, inclusive, sustainable practices in the domain of STI. The phenomenon of AI is the quintessence of STI. Regulating AI is essential, and it's our duty as legislators. The first step is ensuring that the decision makers will have full access to accurate information. Without transparency, effective regulation of AI is impossible and lacks of social value. We cannot legislate a phenomenon we don't fully understand. Currently, secrecy around AI dominates, with information held by a small fraction of people. This lack of transparency is often driven by financial interests, creating a speculative bubble. We must legislate to enforce transparency and ensure access to AI information for all. Regulation of the AI phenomenon is mandatory for us. It's our duty as legislators. The first stage is the regulation of the access to information of the legislators, of the social decision makers. Without concrete and complete information, the proper regulation of the AI and STI phenomenon is impossible, or more precisely, devoid of any social utility. We cannot legislate, we cannot legally standardize a phenomenon that we do not know well, whose limits and exact content we don't know. Now and around the world, we must be all aware that secrecy, keeping information only for the use of a tiny fraction of humanity, hence lack of information, is the rule regarding the AI phenomenon. The first and very important step is to legislate in such a way that transparency, total access to information becomes an obligation for those who hold the information.
Romania,
an obligation to be respected. I will finish, Mr. President, I will finish in less than 1 minute.
Thank you.
An obligation to be respected. The punishment and the reward from the law we will adopt must make it inevitable that all submit to this requirement. And so, informed and dedicated legislators will be able to regulate the phenomenon, protecting the essential interests of each human being of mankind. Let's take this opportunity to use science and technology to create a better world that is more peaceful, fair, sustainable for us and for the future generation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Romania. Let's have Mr. Minich from Austria deliver his speech. The floor is yours. We've been doing well with time management. Let's keep it that way, because as you know, today is a big day. We're going to be debating the emergency items, so we need to finish as quickly as possible, as allowed by our program of the day. So let's keep it the way we have been doing it. Thank you very much. Austria, the floor is yours.
Honorable President, honorable speakers, dear colleagues and friends. This 149th IPU Assembly meets in challenging times. International peace and security are under pressure due to ongoing wars, geopolitical tensions, and devastating humanitarian situation fueled by armed conflicts and natural disasters. At the same time, we are witnessing rapid technological advancements. Technologies such as artificial intelligence shape the future, offer prospects of prosperity and security, but also present significant ethical, social, and environmental concerns. Pierre Picard, the inventor and the first man flying around the world with a solar plane, pointed out yesterday how crucial it is to harness science, technology, and information for a more peaceful and sustainable future. We as parliamentarians are at the center when it comes to stimulate these advancements for the sake of prosperity and security, but also to address all concerns on national and international level. Therefore, it is timely to debate how technology and innovation shape our future and which role parliamentarians play in harnessing opportunities while reducing risks. Consider, for instance, the complex relationship between climate change and violent conflicts. Climate change acts as a threat multiplier, intensifying food and water shortages and resource disputes. Innovative technologies are vital to achieving a sustainable green future, which in turn is essential for fostering global peace. On the other hand, new technologies
He's one with the Liberal Party.
Mm-hmm.
Brother of the former Ontario Premier Dalton McGuinty. I do remember that name.
Mm-hmm.
Son of former, yeah. Provincial Parliament, McGuinty. Yeah.
So they're a political family.
Diploma in Agriculture. Diploma in Agriculture. Bachelor of Arts in English Literature.
My goodness.
Specialized diplomas in Civil and Comparative Law. Bachelor of Law. Wow, he spent a long time in school. Masters of Law. Environmental lawyer by profession. Okay.
Impressive. Well, probably else he's just refreshingly good speaker.
Yes.
Are you okay for water?
Yeah, I am. Thank you very much.
of AI systems being used in autonomous weapon systems. It is essential in this regard for the international community to establish clear norms and guidelines. Austria is very supportive in this regard, especially with a few initiatives by the United Nations and Inter-Parliamentary Union to address these concerns. Let's unite through technology for peace and prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Austria. You've done noble with regards to our time, and I think Uganda will also do the same. Mr. Ruhunda, the floor is yours as we get ready for Mr. Gamara from Paraguay. Uganda.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, the honorable speakers who are here, and the honorable delegates in this august house. I'm glad that I've come to speak on this important topic at a time when there have been many presenters who have talked about their experiences in their respective countries. And what I find in this hall is that we have a huge divide. There are those who are very advanced with technology. There are those who are in the medium, and there are those who are at the beginning stage. So we are a combination. And what sense does that mean here in IPU? It means that we must have, if you know you have advanced with your technology, don't be mean with your technology. You have to see how best can you share that technology with those in need, such that we can be able to improve our universe collectively. Otherwise, when we talk about our experience here, in our limitations, and we are not collaborating to see how we can really support each other to have a better life in this globe, then it would be a wastage of time. So in Uganda, I should say that we are still at an early stage in advancing with science and technology innovation. But we are making a lot of efforts through our macro efforts. The Uganda National Development Plan encompasses and realizes that without science and technology, we cannot move the economy, we cannot develop our people. So that realization is very clear. We also realize that within the global framework, of course, when we are talking about trade, we are talking about connectivity, we are talking about getting a better world, it means that all opportunities out there, they are open. And as a matter of fact, we are tapping into the potential of funding to see how Uganda can establish the infrastructure, the internet infrastructure throughout the country to give a chance to our young population to benefit and learn and also apply innovations that are within the young children of our country. Now, I will give you just simple statistics that Uganda, we have one of the largest young population in the world. Over 72% of the population is below 30 years. Now, that could be a challenge, but it is a huge opportunity because it is the young minds that can easily be trained, that can adopt to new innovations and ideas. And if we invest heavily in the education of these young talents, we will be able to lift the economic development of Uganda. We have also realized that with technology, there are many environmental sustainable innovations that can be applied, and that's why Uganda has started the electric and solar buses. That is something which is ongoing, and it needs heavy investment. It requires a lot of resources. We also realize that Uganda, being one of the most beautiful countries in the world, we pose a lot of opportunities for tourism. And it is through the smart approach, smart tourism, that we can attract business and the income for our country. I have seen our friends from Spain. They have really excelled in tourism, but also when I was watching news, the locals in Spain, they are saying enough is enough with tourism, meaning that Spain has got overboard, and we can also benefit from those customers of Spain. Please send them to Uganda. It's a very, very beautiful country, and they come and give us money. Now, the other issue which is very perturbing is that when it comes to artificial intelligence, the artificial intelligence is meant really to ease life, to make life easier for us, and as an enabler. But when we have come to ponder deeply, we have realized that the bigger powers, they are using artificial intelligence in the negative sense. Actually, they are creating fear. They are creating fear amongst us that if you are using artificial intelligence to destroy lives, then we rather not have it. Because you cannot have a missile that kills thousands of people. This is an insensitive machine. It's a artificial intelligence, good, but we are using it for war to kill people. Really, that is unacceptable, and we must condemn whoever is abusing artificial intelligence to destroy the lives of the people of this universe. This universe is meant for all of us, and we should settle our conflicts not using artificial intelligence. We use dialogue, peaceful means of resolving conflicts, and we have a peaceful world. So I appeal to all the powers who are involved in this. Please go deeper in your hearts and reflect that it is important for you to apply humanness, God-given human heart, and not destroy lives, and we live a better world. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. The ethical use of artificial intelligence. And I like the way he markets Africa and Uganda always. Thank you, Honorable Rwanda. The floor is now open for Mr. Gamara from Paraguay, as we ask Mr. Norton from Ireland to get ready. The floor is yours.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, President. Dear parliamentarians, colleagues from all over the world, talking about technology, it is always a relevant topic, at least that's what we think, because we're all talking about artificial intelligence. But we might find that we are obsolete when we start with our regulation and legislation, which might be able to provide some guidance about what is good or bad. The reason being that artificial intelligence is not going to wait for us, and we are dawdling in our efforts. And we're falling behind as a result. Because after all, artificial intelligence does not follow the pace of work in our parliaments. It doesn't wait for our democracies. It doesn't wait for us to pass legislation and decide on the content of the latter. Quite to the contrary, I believe it is high time that we need to really address this issue in order to offer guarantees to our citizens to ensure that STI really benefit our peoples. President, it certainly is an honor to be here today speaking to people from all four corners of the earth. I feel like a child in a chocolate factory, Swiss chocolate, of course. I want to address all issues, but I know that I can't, so I'll be brief. I just want to say a few words about my country, Paraguay. Some people know of our country as being a small country, either small in its geographical size or our population. But I can tell you, Paraguay is a giant in courage. We are giants in terms of solidarity. And we're giants when it comes to helping our friends who work reciprocally with our country. And therefore, I would like to say that, like Israel, Paraguay has also suffered from wars. We have participated in wars, not for our own pleasure, but because of a moral obligation to defend our people and our sovereignty and the state of law and legitimate defense, which is anchored in our national constitution, not to mention our human right that every country has to defend our people when we feel that we are being undermined and humiliated. And this is what has been happening to our brother country for so long. And I have to say that we've heard about violent situations being described and condemned, but I haven't heard anybody expressing solidarity with the mothers, fathers, children, grandparents of the hostages who were taken, raped, abused on the 7th of October. They also have a right to defense. The people of Israel has had to listen to mothers who listen to their children at night and are afraid to go to sleep because they don't know what's going to happen, how they're going to wake up, whether they will hear attacks during the night. I think that the worst terrorists are those who use children and women as human shields in these kinds of situations. Thank you, President, for this opportunity. In my view, this is a critical point in time because all of the world is listening. Therefore, we need to express the feelings that so many people share. We need to appeal for peace in the world. I would like to bless the world, Israel, and Paraguay. Thank you.
That was a passionate, compassionate, patriotic speech. We have Mr. Norton from Ireland. The floor is yours as Neophytor from Cyprus gets ready, as well as Mr. Cassini from Italy gets ready. The floor is yours now, Ireland.
Colleagues, I'm a Member of Parliament from Ireland, a windswept island in the northeast Atlantic Ocean. I turned 50 years last year, and for half my life I've witnessed at least 2 deaths every week due to terrorism on our little island, based on the different Christian churches we worshipped in. For the other half of my life, we have lived with a very fragile peace. The primary technique that has helped maintain this peace over that time is building relationships between neighbours, communities, and countries. One of the tools that we have used is science as a universal, non-religious truth to build new foundations upon which we can construct bridges of tolerance. We use science not just at policy and political level on our divided island, but also between our islands of Britain and Ireland. Most importantly, we have used science at citizen level because regardless of where we live or what place we worship, we all breathe the same air and we all drink the same water. Through cooperation, building trust, and maintaining our precious peace, I have seen firsthand how science has allowed neighbours to start talking to each other for the very first time, and more importantly, for their grandchildren to play together. Science is the universal language that provides us all with a common platform to start impartial engagement. The scientific method can establish robust fact and does not recognise borders. Peace and science, though seemingly different, are deeply connected. Peace allows science to thrive, and science in return can lay the groundwork for lasting peace. But science can only help in building peace if it is open, transparent, and accessible. Ensuring that everyone benefits from technological advancements is crucial, as highlighted by the UN Sustainable Development Goals aim to leave no one behind. The digital divide during the COVID-19 pandemic exposed how unequal access to technology can worsen social inequalities affecting education and healthcare. This issue was only overshadowed by the unequal access to vaccines. Therefore, we need a regulatory regime that promotes social justice, ensuring technological benefits are accessible to all, bridging the innovation divide, and addressing social inequalities. Colleagues, every year between 5 and 7 million patents lapse, but there is no unified system to track these technologies. Once they lapse, they often disappear, despite being innovative ideas that could be adapted and utilised globally. One recommendation from the Inter-Parliamentary Union Science for Peace Schools is to create a repository of water solutions and best practices, including lapsed patents. This knowledge base should be accessible in both developing and developed countries to address their unique water challenges. Most of our governments are signatories to the World Trade Organization Agreement on Trade-Related Aspects to Intellectual Property Rights, TRIPS. However, this agreement is not being applied by most countries today. And colleagues, we as parliamentarians must ensure that this agreement is delivered in practice, supporting indigenous innovation as well as its global application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ireland, for keeping to time. The floor now is yours, Cyprus, Mr. Neofitu. Please, the floor is yours. Again, as Mr. Cassini from Italy gets ready.
Dear President of the IPU, dear colleagues, in the face of unprecedented challenges, it is clear that the science and technology offer important transformative tools. Parliaments are in the position to guarantee that the benefits of STI reach all segments of society, women, youth, and vulnerable groups, especially by shaping inclusive policies which ensure digital literacy and access to the tools that innovation offers. We must therefore strongly champion and advocate for equal access to the Internet and ensure that the rural areas and those that are in disadvantaged communities are not excluded from this new wave of opportunities. Moreover, we must help bridge the digital divides between countries. Parliaments can foster collaboration between nations, especially in the global south, by promoting technology transfer, supporting international research partnerships, and advocating for equitable access to cutting-edge technologies such as artificial intelligence and renewable energy. But these efforts will only succeed if parliaments themselves are well equipped. Therefore, we must enhance our own capacity to utilize scientific evidence in lawmaking and scrutiny. As I'm a firm believer that evidence-based legislation is the cornerstone of good governance, I fully support the establishment of mechanisms such as parliamentary offices for science and technology, which can provide objective assessments of the long-term impacts of STI-related policies for future generations. Dear colleagues, AI presents enormous potential, but also risk, which may lead to discrimination, violence, and the spread of false information. Parliaments must therefore work swiftly in designing and implementing robust regulatory frameworks that safeguard human rights and the rule of law while allowing innovation to flourish. This will require constant coordination between parliamentarians, the scientific community, and the civil society. In addition, as parliamentarians, we have a moral duty to contribute to the development of ethical frameworks of STI. The Inter-Parliamentary Union's draft chapter on the ethics of science and technology provides a valuable starting point. Parliaments have a critical role to play in ensuring that the STI powerful tools are used to build a better future for all, not just the privileged few. Collectively, we can create a universe where technology serves humanity, where innovation uplifts the people in need, and where progress is achieved without sacrificing our values and our principles. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Awesome. For saving us a bit of time. The floor now is yours, Mr. Cassini from Italy, while Mr. Majoub from Tunisia gets ready, and Ms. Mira Safari from Rwanda gets ready. You are welcome, Mr. Cassini.
Thank you, President. Today's technological revolution, led by artificial intelligence, presents a complex challenge and necessitates reflection on its effects on humanity's future. This is not mere evolution or minor progress, but a radical transformation impacting various sectors, from medicine to the war industry, from culture to labor market, from environment to politics, significantly affecting not just the economy, but society overall. This issue is often seen as ambivalent. On one hand, it excites us with opportunities to enhance humanity's well-being. On the other, it raises concerns due to inherent risk and undefined scenarios. Therefore, positive aspects should be emphasized while avoiding simplification or outdated witch hunts. Addressing these changes with narrow nationalist jealousies or wars being limited by ideological barriers would be short-sighted. Indeed, there are risks, particularly of creating greater inequality and conflict between industrialized and developing countries, as well as between dominant and expressed social classes. Automation, for example, may cause unemployment and shift economic dynamics. Other risks affect cultural education and discernment, potentially overwhelmed by virtual scenarios. Additionally, artificial intelligence, while offering democratic opportunities, already supporting legislative processes in some countries, also poses threats if abused. It could also jeopardize democracy and manipulating the people's choices. It's crucial to remember that innovation is never neutral when it impacts society. The ethics, technology, and market relationship is vital, and thus a global regulation framework is needed. We recognize that formalizing effective regulation of such a pervasive phenomenon is no easy task, and extending rules globally is even more complex. Each state must balance protecting individual rights, security and privacy with avoiding overly rigid rules that stifle innovation. There must be institutional mechanisms to ensure sustainable growth in technology at the international level. The United Nations resolution on artificial intelligence underscores the role of technological innovation in advancing Agenda 2030 goals, fostering international dialogue, and encouraging and transparent synergy between member states and the private sector. In this context, parliaments play a key role by promoting legislative initiatives that support advanced technology while ensuring ethical and social responsibility, data protection, and reliable information. It's our duty to establish guidelines, maintain a scientific approach to decision-making, and promote international dialogue to align legislative models and strategies among global leaders. What is crucial is to ensure that technological revolution remains human-centered, grounding in civilization tradition where individual dignity is a core value. This revolution should serve the common good, enhance productivity, and complement rather than replace human effort. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Once a president, always a president. For some of you who don't know, he used to be the president, great president of this wonderful union, the IPU. Nice to always hear you speak, sir. This is for Tunisia to take over the floor. Mr. Majub, the floor is yours. As Ms. Ngira Safari from Rwanda gets ready, while Netherlands is in the waiting. We're still waiting for Tunisia to start. Yeah.
السيد رئيس الجلسة، السيدات والسادة رؤساء وأعضاء الوفود.
Mr. President, fellow parliamentarians, heads of delegations, we would like at the outset to bring you greetings from the Speaker of the Tunisian Senate and all its members. We would also like to bring special greetings to the President and Secretary General of the IPU and all those present. It seems to us that the theme chosen for this 149th Assembly is entirely reflects the changes humanity is undergoing today. We know that we are at a crossroads because of the conflict, the economic downturns, and the diseases and migratory flows that we all are witnessing. If we are to meet these challenges, we absolutely have to ensure that we make the best possible use of STI. It is even more important today than it ever was in the past that we do so. We feel that we have to find the best ways of benefiting from what science and technology has to offer. This in order to ensure that we work towards sustainable development, which is our common goal. We have to ensure that there is ongoing communication between politicians and scientists in order to ensure that we do have a more peaceful and sustainable future. STI is a way of ensuring a more secure future, and this will involve actually fulfilling our SDGs, SDG 4, for instance, as well as the SDG which has to do with stable institutions, that is to say SDG 19. Since 1959, Tunisia has always sought to give priority to education and training. Science and technology have played a central role in our educational system. They are given priority in our legislation, and equality between boys and girls is also guaranteed. The privilege given to science education was strengthened by a 1922 decision taken by Parliament. It was Parliament adopted a law on the significance of quality education and the need for education in foreign languages and the culture of human rights. Freedom of research is guaranteed as well, and the government subsidizes research. That said, we know that the policies imposed by certain financial bodies are not always helpful. Those countries that do receive aid and that are engaged in dialogue with some organizations do find ourselves working to ensure that we give our best, which is our future generations. Tunisia is building strong democratic institutions. This is underpinned by a national questionnaire that was distributed, which underlined the significance of gender parity. This is a questionnaire that involved both chambers of our assembly. We are working to ensure that respect for law and diversity are recognized. We know that people do not always make good use of STI. Sometimes technology is a threat to human life, democracy, and the rule of law. It is clear, as some have said, that technology has somehow overwhelmed mankind. We must ensure that we tackle disinformation and misinformation and anything that could undermine our social stability. The Tunisian government has adopted the Budapest Convention on Criminality. We have to ensure that we all cooperate. That means that the countries of the south and with those of the north in order to bridge the digital gap. Further, we must not forget the tragedy of the Palestinian people subject to campaigns of war, destruction, deportation, and more. The state of Israel is continuing its war against unarmed civilians. We give our unconditional support to the Palestinian people and will do our best to ensure that the Palestinians enjoy all of their rights, including the right to live in dignity in a Palestinian state with East Jerusalem as its capital. And we would ask everyone to join us in demanding an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. This in order to ensure that we have the time to bring those responsible for these massacres into justice. We also would like to take this opportunity to condemn the attacks on Lebanon as well. Thank you, sir.
Let me yield the floor now to Honorable Nyira Safari from Rwanda, as Honorable Belhech from Netherlands gets ready, and Latvia also prepares. The floor is yours now, Madam.
Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Parliament of Rwanda, I would like to begin by expressing my appreciation to our organization, IPU, for convening this 149th Assembly. We are also grateful to Switzerland for their continued commitment to generously hosting us. It is very important to gather here in Geneva to explore how we can harness science, technology, and innovation to the benefit of all. The theme of this assembly is very pertinent in the times we live in. Excellencies, dear colleagues, the government of Rwanda's vision aims at transforming the country into an upper-middle economy country by 2035 and into a high-income economy by 2050. In 2020, the government of Rwanda adopted a science, technology, and innovation policy. The government also adopted the National Artificial Intelligence Policy in May 2023, which serves as a roadmap to enable Rwanda harnessing the benefits of artificial intelligence. Rwanda is set to become a hub for artificial intelligence research in Africa. In light of the implementation of those policies, allow me to highlight some achievements. The establishment of various science, technology, research, and innovation institutions, such as Carnegie Mellon University and the Africa Institute of Mathematical Sciences, to name but a few, partnering with high-end manufacturers such as BioNTech for key vaccines production on the African continent, the establishment of research and innovation funding programs such as the National Research and Innovation Fund, fostering research uptake in Rwanda and supporting research activities that address societal and industry needs, establishment of the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution in Kigali, Rwanda, increased investments in gross domestic expenditure on research and development, using drones to deliver life-saving blood products and vaccines to remote health centers, introduction of smart classroom initiatives aimed at digitalizing education from a paper-based system to the one that allows access to a variety of teaching and learning methods using technology, and most government services are now available online, where citizens can easily access them without having to travel long distances or brave long queues to be served. Dear colleagues, in Rwanda, women and youth are particularly involved in technology and innovation. Digital and mobile technologies have enormous potential for youth and women by providing them with opportunities and allowing their voices to be heard. Dear colleagues, I would like to recall that it is also our shared duty as parliaments to promote the use of technology for the benefits of humanity. The spread of hate speech and misinformation that we see online should be condemned in strong terms. Before concluding, my delegation would like to express our strong rejection of the emergency item submitted by the delegation of the Democratic Republic of the Congo in total disregard of discussions of the African Geopolitical Group that last Sunday, as well as the ongoing regional peace processes. The so-called emergency item is inadequate both in procedure and substance, and has no other purpose other than spreading false accusations against my country, Rwanda. We call upon this esteemed assembly to dismiss altogether the repetitive behavior of the delegation of the DRC to introduce such an emergency item. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mira Safari from Rwanda. This is now yielding the floor to Honorable Belhich from Netherlands, while Mr. Terun Nix from Latvia gets ready, and Mr. Amaral from Timor-Leste gets ready as well. The floor is yours, Netherlands.
Esteemed colleagues, the true sign of intelligence is not knowledge, but imagination.
Netherlands would like to be heard. Netherlands would like to be heard in silence. Thank you.
These words remind us that science and technology, when fueled by imagination, hold the power to shape a better world. In today's rapidly changing landscape, our ability to harness these forces is essential, not only for progress, but for promoting peace, protecting human dignity, and ensuring that no one is left behind. As we approach 2030, the deadline for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, the urgency of our mission has never been clearer. The SDGs are a global blueprint for ending poverty, reducing inequality, combating climate change, and ensuring fundamental human rights for all. But the scale of these challenges demands a transformative global effort, one that places science, technology, and innovation at the heart of our strategies. We have seen tremendous advances in these areas, from medical breakthroughs to technologies that have improved lives and economies. Yet, despite the progress, deep inequalities persist. For many developing countries, achieving sustainable development has become more difficult in a world marked by economic, social, and environmental divisions. The gap between political promises and real action in international forums only complicates these challenges further. Commitments are often made, but the resources and political will to see them through are lacking. If we are serious about achieving the SDGs by 2030, this must change. STI, when applied inclusively and ethically, can be powerful tools for promoting equality. They can provide access to quality education, healthcare, and economic opportunities for all. They can protect human rights by amplifying the voices of marginalized communities and by creating tools needed to defend those rights. And they can eradicate poverty by opening new paths for sustainable development, especially in the most underserved regions. But to unlock this potential, we must ensure that innovation reaches every nation, not just the wealthiest ones. Here, the role of us parliamentarians is critical, both in the global north and global south. Lawmakers have the responsibility to create the framework that enable STI to build inclusive and just societies. In the global north, this means supporting policies that foster fair global partnerships, those that transfer technology and boost research capacities in low-income countries. It means holding governments accountable to their SDG commitments and ensuring that international cooperation and investments go where they are needed most. In the global south, this means advocating for increased domestic investment in research and development, despite limited resources. Creating regulatory environments that encourage innovation and attract global partnerships. And importantly, ensuring that benefits of science and technology are felt not just in urban centers, but also in rural and marginalized communities that have historically been left behind. Parliamentarians from the global north and global south must work together to close the global innovation gap. Collaboration across borders is essential to driving policies that encourage the free flow of knowledge and technology. By doing so, we can ensure that global R&D efforts benefit all humanity, not just the privileged few. But as we champion STI as forces for good, we must also recognize that these advancements must operate within the bounds of ethical and human rights frameworks. In facing these complex challenges, we must not be naive. The risks are real, but there are also opportunities. New technologies, if applied wisely, can help us meet global challenges, like climate change and pandemics. However, we must always remain vigilant to ensure that technological advances respect human rights and prioritize the well-being of our planet. As we look toward 2030, it is clear that achieving the SDGs will require a new approach to innovation and development. The systems that have perpetuated global inequality and exclusion must evolve. We must build a world where science and technology are democratized, where knowledge flows freely across borders, and where every person, no matter their background, has access to the opportunities they need to thrive. The road ahead is difficult, and the challenges are vast, but the possibilities are even greater. Together, through the power of science, technology, and innovation, we can create a world that is not only more advanced, but also more just, more equal, more compassionate. Let us commit to this journey as global citizens and leaders and ensure that no one is left behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Netherlands was just spot on with regards to time management, and we appreciate that a lot. The floor now is yours, Mr. Terum Nix from Latvia. While Mr. Amaral from Timor, let's say, gets ready, please. The floor is yours, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, we as parliamentarians are censors that can transform and deliver society's concerns into relevant legislative acts. We cannot afford to slow down the pace of development. We have to think strategically and in the long-term perspective. We have to adapt to the increasing demands of our societies. The question is, how can parliaments ensure that the benefits of STI reach all parts of society, particularly women, youth, and people in need? The other question is why in relatively short time technologies have proven both their contribution to the development of humanity and their destructive effects at the same time. To tackle international challenges, we must build and strengthen international research and development networks. Therefore, the key goals of Latvian research and development policy remains increasing human capital and fostering international collaboration. As a result, we in Latvia are focusing our investments in doctoral and postdoctoral grants, increasing our activity in Horizon Europe and related programs, enhancing our public-private research and development cooperation. Dear colleagues, during the past 5 years, Latvian research sector has undergone major changes. We have completed reforms in our research and development system, introducing new doctoral studies model, new result-driven funding model, new typology of higher education institutions. Our research grant programs remain aligned with the best European standards. In recent years, Latvia has strengthened its position in key international organizations. Last year, Latvia became a full member state of the European Molecular Biology Conference and European Molecular Biology Laboratory. We are strategically moving towards full membership of the European Space Agency and CERN, which we additionally support with a dedicated long-term national research program in high energy physics and acceleration technologies. This year, the Children's Clinical University Hospital was awarded by more than 14 million euro to develop a Center for Excellence for Precision Medicine in Pediatric Care in Horizon Europe, Teaming for Excellence. This was done in collaboration with the Princess Maxima Clinic in the Netherlands. Latvia is proud of our excellent performance in quantum algorithms and language technologies. Since 2023, Latvia has been implementing a program in high-level digital skills in quantum, language technologies and high-powered computing, developing new study models, including work with artificial intelligence tools. This excellence encompasses also the private sector. Latvian language technology firm Tilde has recently won the European Commission's Large Artificial Intelligence Grant Challenge, attracting notable monetary prize and 2 million GPU hours on the supercomputer Lumi to develop a large language model for European languages. Dear colleagues, in Europe, more than half of citizens have a positive view of artificial intelligence and robotics, but 88% believe that these technologies need to be carefully managed because artificial intelligence can significantly change our lives for better or for worse. Therefore, the European Union actively worked on this regulation, and the Artificial Intelligence Act came into force on August 1st this year as the world's first regulation for the management of this phenomena. Technology innovation expands the boundaries of knowledge and pushes the human potential beyond the limits of the possible. Artificial intelligence can help improve citizens' health care, provide safer cars, cheaper and more sustainable goods, promote access to information and education, make working places safer by using robots and many other good things. But unfortunately, today we also see the destructive side of artificial intelligence, using it in the military field for attack strategies, for creating autonomous weapons, using them into the armed conflicts. It destabilized the situation in the world, sows death and destruction. Both good and destructive innovations are created by the human brain. My question is how to switch the brain that it can create only those programs which are meant for the benefit of the people and aimed for the development of humanity. If artificial intelligence is accomplished this task, then its existence in our world will be justified and its duty will be fulfilled. Right solutions for the development depend on the political will of our parliaments and our governments. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks a lot, Latvia. The next on the list is Timor-Leste. Mr. Amaro. The floor is yours, and while he's coming, I will leave you in the able hands of Madam Guerra from Mexico. She will continue the presiding from here. Thank you very much for the time you gave to my being the president of the assembly. Thank you very much, and I wish you happy deliberation. Thank you.
Excelentíssimo Presidente Assembleia.
Chair.
President of the Assembly, speakers of National Assemblies, parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen. The parliaments all have an important role to play in SDI to build a peaceful and sustainable future.
And solutions that...
It's important that we all are able to benefit from SDI.
O avanço do conhecimento científico e tecnológico, buscando os mais elevados padrões internacionais para melhorar o bem-estar da nossa população. Procuramos também ativamente a preservação e disseminação do conhecimento e o apoio à investigação científica no país. Como prova da nossa determinação neste domínio, a Presidência da República e o Governo organizaram este ano a SciTech Expo 2024, cuja Conferência Internacional de Abertura tinha como tema Ciência, Tecnologia, Inovação, Caminho para a Transformação e Desenvolvimento Sustentável em Timor-Leste.
Transformation and Sustainable Development in East Timor, in which participated Nobel laureates and other renowned experts who shared their experiences with the Timorese community. The event was a significant milestone in Timor-Leste's journey towards scientific and technological advancement. We do believe that effective science, technology and innovation policies are fundamental to national development. Thus, in our country, the debate on SDI is centered on understanding the importance of these areas for economic growth, social well-being and sustainable development. It is essential that our Parliament has the knowledge and the tools it needs to tackle the challenges of SDI and play its part in creating inclusive public policies that bring the benefits of innovation to all segments of society, especially women, young people and other vulnerable groups. To achieve this, parliaments can adopt different strategies. In our case, we have identified the following areas of intervention where Parliament can play an active role. 1. Identifying national objectives and priorities to guide the nation's SDI policies. 2. Establishment of a framework for collaboration between government, academic institutions, industry and civil society in order to promote international cooperation and partnerships. 3. Public consultations and social participation. 4. Allocation of financial resources. 5. Establishing a legal and regulatory framework that protects intellectual property rights and promotes innovation, facilitating technology transfer processes and maintaining ethical standards. 6. Establishing an inclusive legislation. 7. Defining education policies. 8. Monitoring and evaluating SDI policies for national development. a crucial element to ensure that research and development initiatives do contribute to the national development. Parliaments can thus establish mechanisms to monitor and evaluate the impact of STI policies on different social groups, allowing data on inclusion to be gathered and used to adjust policies that do not produce the desired results. I conclude by saying that following these strategies, parliaments can ensure that STI policies promote social inclusion and the reduction of inequalities, allowing the benefits of technological innovation to reach all groups in society in an equitable manner. Finally, I'd like to remind you of the recent Pact for the Future, which introduces measures to reduce global disparities in the fields of science, technology, and innovation, in particular by strengthening the means of implementation. This pact addresses the obstacles to women's and girls' access, participation, and leadership in these fields, and recognizes the importance of human rights and ethical principles in the development and use of new technologies. World leaders pledged to increase the use of science in policy making to tackle complex challenges and to increase funding for research and innovation related to the Sustainable Development Goals. They also decided to strengthen the UN capacities to take advantage of STI in the organization's work, particularly to support developing countries in achieving the SDGs. The Inter-Parliamentary Union must be in tune with these objectives and act as an indispensable global partner. Thank you very much for your attention.
Señor Amaral. Tiene ahora el uso de la palabra.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Marino.
Good evening. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me to represent the Republic of San Marino in this distinguished assembly of the International Parliamentary Union. The theme that unites us is of fundamental importance not only for great powers, but also for small nations like ours, which have always made dialogue and peace. San Marino, with its 1,000 years history of neutrality and independence, is a concrete example of how the centrality of the human being can be the cornerstone for a more just and sustainable future. However, we cannot ignore the fact that today we find ourselves at a moment in history when the technologies that should promote progress and well-being are used to fuel conflict and destruction. The ongoing wars in different parts of the world remind us with brutal clarity that technology can be used not only to build, but also to destroy. Drones, autonomous weapons, and artificial intelligence systems used for purpose of war have become instruments of death, often employed without ethical scrutiny or consideration of humanitarian consequence. As Albert Einstein said, technology has surpassed our humanity. And this is the greatest danger we face today, a world in which science and technology are divorced from basic human values. As a small republic, our task is clear. We must be the voice of a world in which technology is not used to oppress, but to liberate. A world in which innovation is geared toward global peace and well-being. We cannot allow artificial intelligence and other emerging technologies to become weapons of mass destruction, but must channel them towards promoting peace, justice, and sustainability. San Marino, through its active participant in international bodies, has always promoted these principles. Our Parliament has repeatedly reiterated its stance against the use of force to resolve disputes, advocating the importance of dialogue and mediation as a primary tools for conflict resolution. In this regard, I would like to mention our continued commitment to election observation missions and peacekeeping operations, concrete efforts aimed at supporting peace and democracy around the world. In addition, San Marino was one of the first states to ratify the Arms Trade Treaty, a decisive step towards controlling and limiting the proliferation of armaments that, all too often, are the root cause of wars and international tensions. These commitments reflect our deep conviction that true strength lies not in military might, but in the ability to build bridges between peoples. Our Republican history teaches us that peace is never a foregone conclusion, but requires continuous and concrete efforts. This is why San Marino has always advocated the need for a conscious use of technology. Modern civilization must avoid falling back into the temptation to use technology as a weapon of destruction and, on the contrary, exploit it a tool for human progress and the promotion of peace. Looking to the future, we must imagine a world in which artificial intelligence and new scientific discoveries are used to alleviate suffering and improve people's lives. Technology can be a powerful tool to help others. Think about the use of artificial intelligence to predict humanitarian crises, improve access to health service, and support relief efforts during natural disasters. We can develop digital platforms that facilitate the distribution of aid in areas of greatest need, improve education, and combat inequality. We need to know how to use technology to create a more just society in which no one is left behind. San Marino, as always, is ready to do its part. With its long tradition of neutrality and dialogue, we can promote the use of technology not only as a tool for progress, but as a means to build a more just, peaceful, and supportive world. We must be advocates for change that puts human dignity at the center of the technological development, recognizing that science and innovation can serve not only to solve problems, but to improve people's lives. Our vision is clear. We cannot talk about peace and sustainability without putting human beings at the center, and we cannot achieve these goals without the conscious and responsible use of science and technology. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Musoni. Now, I call Mr. Cajado from Brazil. Please take the floor.
Thank you, Senhora Presidente Marcela Guerra.
Thank you. Dear parliamentarians, I thank you for the opportunity in this assembly representing the Federative Republic of Brazil. It's been 10 years since I took part in the 2014 edition of the World Conference on Electronic Parliament, also organized by IPU alongside the National Assembly of the Republic of Korea. At the time, I pointed out that the Brazilian Chamber of Deputies had already made itself more transparent by using a TV channel, radio station, and institutional profiles on the main social media. Since then, new projects have been implemented, such as the Hacker Lab, which is responsible for collaborative and experimental projects in the areas of transparency, social participation, and citizenship. Among these projects are the e-democracy portal and the Wikileaks, which allows citizens, among other things, to collaboratively discuss and suggest changes to the wording of bills. It was in this context of continuous improvement that we approved the digital government law in 2021, which, as well as encouraging the digitalization of public services, promoted their accessibility in a wide variety of ways. Several measures were consolidated there, such as the opening up and interoperability of databases, the use of a single number or unique number for citizen ID, and the promotion of innovation laboratories. Brazilian Chamber of Deputies also hosts an open data hub of the IPU's Center for Innovation, which allows consultation of bills from different countries, hence facilitating the exchange of experiences. This is a point that connects us with the debate on regulating artificial intelligence. I'm saying this because it is an issue that will certainly require interparliamentary cooperation, since the advance of AI has consequences that ignore the territorial limits of national states. Each country may adopt some particular rules, but there will also be a lot of those where we'll need to rely on each other. In Brazil, we have already created a specific law to punish the use of artificial intelligence in crimes against women, the so-called deepfakes. The Chamber of Deputies has also approved its proposal for a legal framework for artificial intelligence, which guarantees security, transparency, and equity, promoting innovation and individual rights. In 2016, we established a new legal framework for STI, which seeks to stimulate private investment in research and development. In 2021, we created a legal framework for startups and innovative entrepreneurship. Since last year, we have been approving various projects aiming at modernizing the Brazilian industry with a focus on the opportunities created by the transition to a low-carbon economy, one of the main axes of economic change in the world. In order to ensure that the benefits of science reach everyone, last year a national digital education policy was launched. Before that, in 2022, we had already guaranteed free internet access for all students from the most vulnerable families. Within the structure of the Chamber of Deputies, the work of the Committee on Science, Technology and Innovation should be highlighted. Its action this year resulted in the presentation of bills establishing the Digital Youth Programme as a national public policy, and another one establishing the National Research Support Programme and the National Research Support Fund. Through various means, the Brazilian Parliament works to promote science and technology and ensure that they are never a threat, but rather a tool for the realization of democracy and the preservation of human rights. We believe that in this field of activity, bringing the parliaments of different countries closer together, as advocated by the IPU, makes a significant contribution to building a future in which transparency and social responsibility will help us to pursue peace and harmony between peoples. Thank you so much.
Gracias, Brazil.
Thank you, Brazil.
Mr. Wojtko from Czechia, please take the floor, sir.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, Dear ladies and gentlemen, science and technology have made us who we are and where we are right now as a global community. The progress and impact of science and technology on human life is unprecedented, as are the challenges ahead, because we have more and more powerful tools in our possession. Tools that can be used both for good as for harm, sometimes with no undo. As we live in such a world of Pandora's box, we must be aware of opportunities as well as threats. And our role as parliamentarians is to develop and approve legislation in this very fast-changing environment. Legislation not too restrictive, but also dealing with the threat efficiently. This is challenging now, and it is going to be even more challenging in the near future, influenced by new technologies such as AI, genetic engineering, human augmentation, or quantum computing. What should we do? How should we adapt as lawmakers to such situation? How should we protect humankind and democracy? Answering such questions requires us, politicians, to be open-minded and prepared for possible futures. Those futures that we really want, and also those futures that we do not want. In this respect, I would like to remind you of great authors of science fiction: Ray Bradbury, Arthur C. Clarke, Robert A. Heinlein, Isaac Asimov, William Gibson, or Liu Cixin, amongst others. Their thought-provoking books may help us in such preparation, and I duly recommend them. Also, there are some prominent figures of science dealing with future. My personal favorite is J.W. Forrester, founder of a discipline called system dynamics. This approach was used by Donella and Dennis Meadows to develop the first computer model of interaction between the Earth and human systems as described in their seminal book, Limits to Growth. You may know the book because it was basically the start of sustainable development as we know it and how we discuss it. I've been developing and using such models myself, and I can testify from my own experience that their use can be very enriching, because you can, in a very short time, see probable consequences of your own actions and decisions. And very often, you realize that long-term unintended consequences outweigh short-term gains. I am convinced that we need such scenario evaluation tools more than ever. And we also need to use them as a sandbox or serious games in our political debates about the future, just to see the possible consequences of our own decisions. If we do it, then I strongly believe we can overcome our own limitations and really harness science, technology, and innovation for a more sustainable and peaceful future. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Czechia. Now it has the floor Mr. Nungu Nunsa from Equatorial Guinea.
Sí. Okay. Señora Presidenta.
Madam President, on behalf of the Parliament of Equatorial Guinea, I would like first of all to thank the Parliament and people of Switzerland as well as the IPU for the excellent preparatory work done for this assembly. This 149th assembly here in Geneva is giving us yet another opportunity as parliamentarians to share our experience and views on the question of the debate before us, harnessing science, technology, and innovation for a more peaceful and sustainable future. This debate is taking place at a timely moment. Throughout the world, we are being asked to provide support to STI in order to mitigate poverty, prevent conflict, and work towards prosperity for everyone. This is on past and present world agendas when it comes to development. It is no accident that this is before us today. Questions linked to science and technology as well as innovation are indeed words that appear on any agenda on development. In Equatorial Guinea, this is a matter of great importance, and the government has launched a number of projects and taken initiatives aimed at ensuring that our national aspirations and international goals are a reality in Equatorial Guinea. This with respect to STI. Since 1987, we have had a scientific and technological research council. The purpose of the council is to promote a culture of science for development. There are other national entities that have been set up in order to help the council in its work. We have technical bodies such as the National Mines and Hydrocarbons Institute, as well as our Telecommunications Institute. To sketch things out for you roughly, I would say that the new approach to STI in Equatorial Guinea is aimed at providing a strong, positive response to the SDGs in 23, particularly SDG number 9, which is aimed at ensuring the development of infrastructure as well as inclusive development and the promotion of innovation. Thus, in acting in keeping with the 2030 program. This is aimed at all citizens of Africa have enough training and education and have enough background in science, technology, and innovation for their futures. Our plans, programs, and legislation now and in the future will indicate that the government of Equatorial Guinea is doing everything to meet a certain number of goals. First of all, to make STI part of the National Development Strategy. Secondly, develop and consolidate a national culture of STI by creating an environment that will stimulate capacity for the creation and implementation of knowledge. Thirdly, ensure that we have the human resources and infrastructure necessary for knowledge and innovation to flourish. Then we have entrepreneurship and enterprise and networks, international and national innovation networks. The Parliament of Equatorial Guinea is assisting the government when it comes to STI policies. We have adopted a number of laws that are aimed at promoting science, technology, and innovation. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Equatorial Guinea.
Mr. Kosachev from Russian Federation, please take the floor, sir.
President, dear ladies and gentlemen, Russia is here. During the approval of the Sustainable Development Agenda in 2015, Russian President Vladimir Putin spoke at the UN summit in New York. I quote, "They probably want to put all of us in front of the fact that the rules of the game have been rewritten. And rewritten again to please a narrow circle of the elect and without the participation of the WTO. This is fraught with a complete imbalance of the trading system and fragmentation of the global economic space. These problems affect the interests of all, affect the prospects of the entire world community. Therefore, we propose to discuss them in the format of the United Nations, WTO, and the G20. Unquote. When mankind first started talking about globalization some 30 years ago, we all liked this idea. The countries that have led the process of building a global economy have stated that their intentions are the most honest because they act in the interests of sustainable development of all peoples. Allegedly, for this purpose, the world was offered international settlement systems such as SWIFT, insurance mechanisms, software, socially significant equipment, medicines, and much more. But, as our 10 years experience has shown, the last 10 years, Western achievements in science, technology, and innovation were mainly used to consolidate the global superiority of the West. It turned out that at any moment, these technologies can simply be turned off, and the movement of goods and capital can be blocked. It turned out that all these benefits of globalization are being used as a geopolitical weapon against states whose behavior the West does not like. Based on this, my first conclusion is that Western machines, computers, payment systems, software, equipment, medicines, and even food are not so much a benefit for humanity as chains of dependence, which only at first glance are subject to the laws of a market economy. What has the West been able to achieve? Unilateral restrictive measures have failed and will not be able to change Russia's strategic course. Our people rallied around the external threat, and the Russian economy overcame the pressure, withstood, strengthened, and became truly sovereign. The same cannot be said about the European economy, which is in deep crisis. The problem of the world is that the Western restrictions with extraterritorial legal consequences, in particular the so-called secondary sanctions, have hit not only the European economy, but also, in a broader context, dragged into the crisis the states of the global south, which have become hostages of the current situation. The analysis of the restrictive measures of the West show that they are hitting all 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Hence, my second conclusion is the following. Western sanctions are a direct blow to the United Nations Sustainable Development Agenda. Instead of the global economy, the West has received deglobalization and the desire of states to protect themselves within the framework of alternative associations, such as BRICS, Shanghai Cooperation Organization, ASEAN, and so on and so forth. We remain interested in the implementation of the United Nations Development Goals. We believe that the main mechanism for providing resources for the 2030 Agenda is the so-called Global Partnership for Development, in conjunction with specific measures set out in the Addis Ababa Action Agenda of 2015. At a minimum, we would like to see a reaction from the international community, including the Inter-Parliamentary Union, regarding the inadmissibility of sanctions and their impact on sustainable development. Unilateral, coercive measures by the United States and the G7 countries run counter to one of the key principles of the 2030 Agenda: leave no one behind. Another threat to sustainable development is the United States dollar. The trend of weaponization of dollar is increasing. Washington resorts to confiscation and freezing of sovereign assets, sanctions against companies and individuals, and the introduction of other financial and economic measures. And Russia is facing the greatest pressure in history exerted by the United States on any country. Looking at the example of Russia, the majority of states of the world averse to taking risks. We can already see that many countries are openly announcing the transition of settlements in yuan, dirhams, and other currencies. This trend will gain momentum. Our approaches and suggestions are many, and they are well known. We believe that effective steps should be taken to reform the international financial architecture. Secondly, in the context of the spread of neural networks and artificial intelligence, we believe that it is necessary to develop a universal, consensus-based approach to regulating this specific type of technology. And finally, thirdly, we believe that new technologies and innovations are a space for constructive and mutually beneficial cooperation. And we are ready to participate in this very important work. Thank you so much. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you to you, Mr. Kosachev. Now, it takes the floor, Mr. Schäfer from Germany.
Madam President, dear all colleagues, what a coincidence that I have the opportunity to speak direct after the Russian delegation. And so I say to you, Mr. Putin, end this war against the Ukraine. And why I do this? Until 2022, I had, on behalf of the Parliamentarian Assembly of the Council of Europe, to do the report to monitoring the observance of human rights, democracy, and the rule of law in Russia. This is one side. The other side, during the Orange Revolution, 2004, I was an observer for the OSCE in the Ukraine. The twin town of my constituency, Bochum, is a city of Donetsk, at the very heart of this conflict in Ukraine. To be clear, Russia's brutal war of aggression against the Ukraine is a violation of international law and a profound disagreement for all entire international community. Dear colleagues, we all agree that the most important aspect of this international conference is that it takes place at all and that it continues to do so. Unfortunately, we do not agree whether national interest should be foremost concern for every country. I am sure they should not. Or as François Mitterrand, the French president, in 1995 in the European Parliament announced, "Le nationalisme, c'est la guerre." Let us remain ourselves. The IPU only exists because peace should be the most important thing in the world, for all of us, for all nations, and for all time. And we remember the First and the Second World War in the 20th century began just between two countries, but at the end, spanning battlefields across 5 continents with more than 60 million people who died. Today, we only spoke of a global crisis, but the current situation is unlike anything we have seen before. 56 wars occurring simultaneously in the world. 115 million people displaced around the globe. A climate change unprecedented. A pandemic on a scale unseen in the past century. And digitalization
as an acceleration in nearly every sector, particularly through artificial intelligence, which many compare as an impact of nuclear fission. Artificial intelligence has, from my point of view, the potential to become the atomic bomb in our coexistence. The interconnectedness of this problem also means that peaceful individual solutions from individual countries are an illusion or unrealistic. We as Germans, bound since 75 years by our constitution, conscious of their responsibility before God and the people, animated by the resolve to serve world peace as an equal partner in a united Europe. This raison d'etre is a lesson drawn from our own history. Germany bears the significant responsibility for 2 world wars with the worst crimes against humanity. From this barbarity by our past, we have drawn a conclusion. Human dignity shall be inviolable. This applies to all people in every country across the world. Our delegation wishes to continue in this case. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Schäfer. We call now on Mr. Osei Owusu from Ghana. Please take the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam President, distinguished honorable members of Parliament. I lead the delegation from Parliament of Ghana, and I speak on behalf of the Parliament of Ghana. In a world grappling with urgent global issues such as climate change, inequality, poverty, conflict, etc., it is crucial to harness the power of science, technology, and innovation to create a more peaceful and sustainable future. By leveraging scientific research, technological advancement, and innovative solutions, we can effectively tackle the complex challenges facing our planet and its inhabitants. The theme of the conference, Harnessing Science, Technology, and Innovation for a More Peaceful and Sustainable Future, delves into the potential of science, technology, and innovation to bring about positive change, promote sustainable development, and foster peace and understanding among nations and communities. Science is devoted to the pursuit of knowledge, using the scientific systematic study of the structure and behavior of the physical, natural, and the social world. Technology involves the application of knowledge for a given end, and innovation involves a new way of producing, delivering, or using goods and services based on a new technology, new business models, or new ways of economic or social organization. There is a close and nonlinear relationship between these 3 domains. Innovations, for instance, can be based on new technologies, and the emergence of innovations in the society can fundamentally change the dynamics of the social, fiscal, or natural system, opening new questions for science. Thus, new opportunities to produce knowledge are driven by new technologies and so forth. Science, technology, and innovation form the powerhouse of the trail of the 21st century, and their significance cannot be overstated. No nation can afford to overlook their importance, as they hold the key to unlocking a more peaceful and sustainable future. By harnessing the potential of science, technology, and innovation, nations can drive transformative progress in various areas, ultimately leading to the improved quality of life, economic growth, and environmental stewardship. Scientific research plays a vital role in helping us understand and address pressing issues such as climate change, poverty, conflicts, inequality, and so on. It informs policies and practices and supports sustainable agriculture, resource management, and conservation. Additionally, scientific collaboration transcends borders, promoting diplomacy and mutual understanding. Technology enables access to education, healthcare, and economic opportunities, improving lives and communities. Technology innovations like renewable energy, eco-friendly infrastructure, and sustainable agriculture support greener future. Furthermore, technology connects people, fostering international understanding and cooperation. Innovative thinking and solutions address pressing global issues such as sustainable water management and disaster resilience. Innovation encourages business and investment priorities, social and environmental impact. Innovative approaches also promote access to resource opportunities and services for all. The effective harness of science, technology, and innovation in any country can mitigate climate change and environmental degradation, reduce inequality, promote social justice, foster global understanding and cooperation, drive economic growth and sustainable development, and improve lives and communities worldwide. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, unanimously adopted at the United Nations Sustainable Development Summit in September 2015, positioned science, technology, and innovation as one of the 7 key actions for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Similarly, the long-term people-centered AU Agenda 2063 recognizes the critical role of science, technology, and innovation as universal enablers for addressing poverty and inequalities, disease, climate change impact, food and nutrition security, digitization, health, disease prevention, environmental conservation, migration, peace and security for realizing the aspirations of the African citizens and the Global Sustainable Development Goals. The ECOWAS revised treaty required member states to ensure the proper application of science and technology to the development of agriculture, transport and communication, industry, health and science, energy, education, manpower, and conservation. Let me jump to examples. In Ghana, digitizing our economy has led to increased revenue of about 8.7 billion in just 1 year, applying them to the ports. The e-parliament is being implemented, STEM education is being implemented. We are using drones to deliver drugs to the most difficult areas in our country.
Thank you very much.
By deepening our understanding of these complex issues.
Please finish.
I think that our country
Mr.
will do better. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So now tiene ahora el uso de la palabra la señora Santana.
I now give the floor to Ms. Santana Bello of Cuba.
Señora Presidenta.
Madam President, distinguished parliamentarians, the current intellectual environment is marked by multidimensional global crises, and they are also interconnected. And therefore, the right to benefit from SDI, to guarantee new generations a more peaceful and sustainable future, is at stake now, because peace, justice, and liberty is continually under threat, because the most powerful countries are not living up to their commitments with international instruments. In addition, they are following their own political agendas, and these are violating human rights as a result. In Cuba, we fully defend multilateralism. We would like to reject wars, including those that are not conventional. We would like to advocate a world order that is not bipolar, that does not rob the earth of resources. There is pressure of all types and aggressions which are threatening peace and international security. We are also seeing a lack of respect for the UN Charter. We defend the right of countries to benefit from the fruits of science, technology, and innovation. We call for providing financing for development so that each developed country lives up to its historic responsibility in order to redress the damage done to our peoples as a result of colonialization and the taking of our resources, capitalism, and their international economic model, which is affecting our development. In order to guarantee a more peaceful and sustainable future, we need an fair environmental transition for the benefit of our peoples. We need to ensure that there is access to sustainable, modern electricity without any exceptions for everybody. In the UN General Assembly, important laws have been passed to promote the development of SDI in Cuba with the objective of providing institutions and scientific centers and ensuring that they can continue to thrive. The role of STI is part of the solution to many of the problems we are facing, including economic development, and especially development that will be socially equitable. And particularly, this is the case for developing countries, because we have been asking for a permanent seat for more than 6 decades now. Although we have suffered for so many decades, the embargo imposed on us by the United States. This goes against international law. Therefore, we appeal for this illegal practice against Cuba to cease. There is, as a result, a lack of resources for us, and this leads to dissatisfaction among the Cuban people. We need to advocate the development of SDI as a way to counterbalance the negative impacts that we are experiencing. This is the only way of guaranteeing our sovereignty. Although it is important to boost our human capital, Madam President, we condemn the genocide that Israel is committing against the Palestinian people in the Gaza Strip and on the Lebanese people. We demand a broad, sustainable, fair solution in the Middle East, which will guarantee a genuine exercise of human rights for the Palestinian people. Parliamentary democracy can make its contribution to bring about cooperation and solidarity. Madam President, parliamentarians of Cuba would like to speak up to promote peace and understanding and solidarity. We reject hegemony. Our people has decided to resist creatively and to fight tirelessly to achieve our dreams of peace, development, social justice for Cuba and for the world. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Señora Santana Bella.
Thank you very much, Ms. Santana Bella from Cuba. I now give the floor to Mr. Lopez from Guinea-Bissau.
Please take the floor.
Madam Chair, Mr. Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, honorable heads of delegation, honorable members of Parliament, all protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome the holding of this 149th assembly of our IPU, and I express our gratitude for the support and assistance of the organization and its secretariat, which allowed for our participation. However, I am now speaking not on my own behalf, but on behalf of those who wanted to be here and should be here. The Speaker of the National Assembly of Guinea-Bissau, Mr. Domingos Simões Pereira, who was prevented from traveling by illegal and abusive orders of a regime installed in the country that insists on authoritarian practices. There was therefore no legitimate reason for this further suppression of fundamental rights. No document was produced to this effect, and no court order was issued to uphold this ban, especially vis-à-vis the holder of a sovereign body, such as the National Popular Assembly, our parliament. These introductory remarks serve to emphasize the need for our parliamentary house to remain a symbol of freedom and free expression of peoples, not to lose sight and reference to the need to preserve democratic construction and permanently strengthen its autonomy and affirmation. To this end, it must be continuously monitored by its sister institutions in order to protect its higher values, to which the construction of the rule of law, the preservation of fundamental rights, freedoms and guarantees, and not allow these to become privileges reserved for those who agree to abdicate their commitment to their conscience and their people. Now, with this basic list of assumptions for building peace and tranquility among peoples, still very much under threat in Guinea-Bissau, I now turn to my notes on the pertinent and unavoidable issues of science, technology and innovation in the present and future of humanity, as well as its institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, by now, the concepts and major formulations about science and technology will probably have all been dissected. Many others before me will have reaffirmed their conviction that science and technology are axiologically neutral. They don't have any intrinsic good or evil, but they be so depending on how they are used, both individually and collectively. I would even dare to say that in these times, rather than the speed with which these advances penetrate our lives, priority should be given to commitments that prevent inequalities from worsening and the gap already too deep in the fields of the economy, production and development between the global north and the global south. As elected leaders with a primary vocation to legislate, we have a duty to create common regulatory frameworks and benchmarks that ensure that innovations are implemented ethically, respecting the heritage of values commonly accepted as universal. The invaluable opportunities that they bring necessarily entail new challenges to which we must offer harmonized responses because their effects have no geographical or ideological boundaries. Technology, in turn, has transformed the way we live and interact, but it also provides us with powerful tools to promote peace and understanding between nations, that facilitate dialogue between cultures, and allows for innovative solutions. In other words, technology has the potential to reduce conflicts and promote a more harmonious coexistence between peoples, if used for this purpose. Unfortunately, in many of our countries, and in mine in particular, science, technology, and innovation have not been prioritized by those in power. Technological innovations, the few that we have access to, are regularly used to suppress democracy, to impose authoritarian rules, and the perpetuation in power of individuals instead of being put at the service of public health, education, investment in infrastructures, which could improve social and human development. Hence, our appeal to all lawmakers so that public policies be used so that the power of science and innovation eventually comes to those that could benefit from it. So if we took this route, the future would be in our hands, giving us the chance to build, to contribute to technological progress going hand in hand with peace, justice, and prosperity for all. The time to act is now. Thank you very much.
Lopez from Guinea-Bissau. With this intervention, con esta intervención,
we have finished the general debate for this afternoon, and we will continue tomorrow. Therefore, I will give the floor to our president, Ms. Tulia Axon, who is going to introduce our special guest.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the vice presidents of our assembly for having taken charge since morning up to now. You have all done a very good job. I really appreciate that, because without your assistance, things wouldn't move. So thank you so much, each one of you who has been able to help me. Now, we will go to the special segment of the general debate. And on this one, we are going to hear the intervention of His Royal Highness Prince Mired of Jordan on the universalization of the Anti-Personnel Mine Ban Convention. Dear colleagues, dear friends, it is a real pleasure for me now to introduce the special segment of this general debate, which mark the 25th anniversary of the entry into force of the Anti-Personnel Mine Ban Convention. Colleagues, this convention is the cornerstone of the international effort to end the suffering and casualties caused by anti-personnel mines. The anti-personnel mines are a devastating weapon. They destroy lives indiscriminately during and after an armed conflict has ended. They touch a majority of civilians, innocent men and women, who, as a result, find their lives completely overhauled. affected by disability, insecurity, and incapable to simply live their life normally. Work in town, cultivate a land without fear of stepping on a mine. When this convention, or the Ottawa Convention, was adopted in 1997, it was a moment of hope, a hope for change. The convention was the result of an incredible movement and hard work of dedicated men and women who were determined to put an end to human suffering, protect victims, and stop casualties. Allow me, colleagues, to highlight that already back then, and before the adoption of the convention, the IPU had held many debates at its assemblies and adopted resolutions, such as the one in Cairo at the 98th IPU Assembly on respect for international humanitarian law and the banning of anti-personnel mines. This was one of the organization's top priorities, and I can safely say that it is thanks to the political commitment of many of our colleagues that the convention came into force so fast and has had so much impact today. As there has been success, convention has certainly helped to reduce the number of civilian casualties over the years. However, we are not there yet. Only in 2022, close to 5,000 mine-related casualties were recorded worldwide. And the threat of these weapons was observed in 60 countries and territories. In 2024, the convention celebrated the 25th anniversary of its entry into force. Although there are 164 state parties to the convention to this date, 33 states are yet to join this convention. Universalization efforts have slowed down since the last states parties joined the convention in 2017. Banning anti-personnel mines must be a universal goal, and it is evident that we, as parliamentarians, have an important role to play in achieving this goal. Now, I would like to introduce to you the Royal Highness, His Royal Highness Prince Mired, to address the plenary on this very topic. I have the honor to welcome you, our Prince Mired, and that said, I would like colleagues to tell you a little bit more about Prince Mired. His Royal Highness is the Special Envoy on the universalization of the Anti-Personnel Mine Ban Convention. In this capacity, Prince Mired is leading efforts to promote further acceptance of the convention. Prince Mired has also extensively worked to promote the rights of persons with disability. Since 2024, he is the President of the Higher Council for the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Prince Mired, we are pleased to invite you to address the Assembly to mark the 25th anniversary of the entry into force of this convention. We look forward to hearing from you how the global parliamentary body can actually communicate better on this convention, but also make a contribution to making these landmines come to an end. So we wish you all the best, and please, you have the floor to address our August Assembly.
Thank you, Madam. A little girl walking to school one day suddenly hears the bell ring and realizes that she's going to be late for class. Without hesitation and thinking that she's doing the clever thing, she decides to take a shortcut. You all know what happens next. A shepherd who is herding his sheep while dreaming of a better life for his family, aimlessly wanders into a field that looks plentiful for his flock. You all know what happens next. A young boy who loves football and believes he is the next Leo Messi strikes the ball with great force, jettisoning it way beyond the imaginary goalposts, then shakes his head and runs with gusto to collect his beautiful ball that his grandfather bought for him. You all know what happens next. A single mother who has decided that she has to take her future into her own hands and make her village safe for her children and others, decides to join the village clearance team and marches bravely forward into a minefield without any proper training or gear. I think you all know where I'm going with this narrative. Your Excellency, Honorable Dr. Tulia Axon, President of the IPU, Your Excellency Martin Chungong, Secretary General of the IPU, dear parliamentarians and friends, it is with great pleasure that I address you today on a topic that has consumed a great part of my life and that for me has been an extremely rewarding and stimulating adventure, which I feel truly blessed to have experienced and to have contributed in my own little way. 2024 marks the 25th year anniversary of the Anti-Personnel Mine Ban Convention, also known as the Ottawa Convention, and the 20th year of my work on this important cause. I was appointed by royal decree in 2004 to head Jordan's demining national authority, and one of my first tasks was to put together a team to attend the first review conference of the Ottawa Convention that was to take place in Nairobi, Kenya. I went to Nairobi not really knowing what to expect, but was determined to achieve a mine-free Jordan. I don't want to dwell on the success of my country. Suffice to say that after Nairobi, and with the generosity and assistance from more than 24 donor countries and entities, Jordan was able to declare in 2012 that it had cleared all its minefields. In other words, we had demined more than 200,000 landmines. What does it matter, you may wonder? Why should I as a parliamentarian bother to think about this issue when there are so many other challenging priorities? I appreciate that this may be a valid question for you to ask, but kindly permit me to challenge you a little on this point. I am here because I have witnessed firsthand the devastating impact of landmines on individuals, on families and communities, and because I have seen the tangible benefits of the Ottawa Convention. Dear parliamentarians, you are distinguished people who bear great fiduciary responsibilities towards your constituents and your people, and as such, it is incumbent upon you to think about, consider, contemplate, and chew on a million different matters simultaneously. Of course, you have to prioritize and cannot work on everything at the same time. I know that. However, do make room for the landmine issue, because it is all about safeguarding human life. It is about human rights. It is about human dignity, and it's about good governance. In some ways, what is special about the landmine issue is that it is a doable cause. It is doable. It is, in most cases, a finite problem that needs a solution. It can be accomplished. It can be crossed off the to-do list and recognized as a great achievement. The only caveat being that you have to be prepared to put in the time, the resources, and the commitment to getting it done. For mine-affected countries and those that are free of mines, accession to the Mine Ban Convention is the goal. So far, 164 countries have acceded and 33 remain outside of the convention. It is my contention, and that of all the states parties, that all countries must take the solemn oath to never, under any circumstances, use, manufacture, or trade in anti-personnel mines, to clear all mines and return the land safely to productive use, to destroy stockpiles, and to provide assistance to those whose lives have been devastated by these despicable and insidious weapons that lay quietly in wait for a poor victim. Naturally, it's not for me or anyone else to dictate what countries should or should not do. Our strategy has always been to use the fine art of diplomacy to engage on the issue. In reality, there are a number of countries that may never join the convention, as they hold firm to the notion that landmines maintain a military and strategic utility, even though modern-day warfare has rendered minefields obsolete. Other mine-affected countries have flirted with the idea of joining but need encouragement, and some countries that have never planted or stockpiled mines simply consider the matter a non-issue, and some even wonder what all the fuss is about. In the final analysis, the more countries that eventually join the convention and abide by its terms, the healthier and more vibrant it will remain in the long run. This is essential because the convention needs stamina and must be able to stay strong until the last mine is lifted or destroyed. As a special envoy, I have engaged with many government officials on the issue of universalization. I have met with the Crown Prince. I have met presidents, prime ministers, ministers, generals, national security advisors, parliamentarians, governor generals, to talk about the importance of accession. And the main takeaway that I concluded from practically all the visits and conversations was that engagement was necessary and more of it was needed, much more, to gently nudge these countries towards accession. And that a concerted plan of action that was well-oiled and coordinated with all stakeholders, including parliamentarians, was the only way to convince these countries sitting on the fence to take the plunge and join. So in conclusion, the message that I wish to relay to you today is that regardless of whether your country is mine-affected or not, if your country has not yet acceded, please give the issue due consideration. If accession is not a realistic option at present for whatever reason, then it would be terrific if your country were to conduct at minimum a thorough policy review with fresh eyes, taking into consideration the views and opinions of all the 164 countries that have joined. Maybe somehow, you never know, you will come to a different conclusion and accede. The sooner you accede, the better, of course. I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge the presence of my dear friend, His Excellency Lee Tuch, Senior Minister of Cambodia and President of the Convention's Review Conference that will take place in Siem Reap, Cambodia, in just over a month from now. We will gather to celebrate the Convention's 25 years of life-saving work, and we welcome you all to join us. Landmines are a silent, evil, indiscriminate killers that don't distinguish between friend and foe, man or woman, child or adult. They can remain in the ground for years and years, long after the conflict has ended, and still be as deadly as ever. You may one day come face to face with one of your citizens who is a landmine victim. Someone, for instance, like the little girl I mentioned, who heard the school bell ring and decided to take the shortcut to school so as not to be late, and as a result was severely maimed. What would you say to her? What would you say to her? Would you say sorry? Just sorry? I think you will all agree with me that somehow that just does not cut it. We can do better, and we must. We can always do better. I wish you all the best in your endeavors. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you so much, Prince Mired, for your intervention. We have all heard you loudly and clearly on the need to strengthen the efforts towards universalization of the Convention. And I call on all of you colleagues, those of you who come from countries that have not ratified this convention, to do so, but at the same time, those that have already ratified the convention to work out on how he has proposed that we should all step up our efforts. But at the same time, I would like to highlight how crucial adherence to the convention is to provide victims assistance for those affected by anti-personnel mines, and thus advance the protection of the rights of the persons with disabilities generally. Colleagues, you may want to note that today, earlier, our committee to promote respect for international humanitarian law held an open discussion on enhancing parliamentary action to address disability during armed conflicts and their aftermath. This is a topic very close to my heart, and I know many of you share the same. I invite all members of parliament present here to engage with the global efforts to promote rights of persons with disabilities and encourage all of us to see how we can contribute to the Global Disability Summit, which is supposed to be held next year, and the Prince Mired has just referred to. And that said, in the interest of time, those of you who would like to take the floor, I'm going to give the floor to some of you who have indicated that you would want to take the floor, and each one of you who takes the floor will have to address us in 1 minute.
Canada. Yeah.
Oh, Canada, can you? Okay, Canada and Tonga, okay. So I'll give the floor to Canada, then Tonga will come. Canada, please, you have the floor.
Your Royal Highness, colleagues, good afternoon. I'm honored to join in the celebration of the 25th anniversary of what we in Canada commonly call the Ottawa Treaty. This landmark convention holds pride of place in Canada's contribution to a more peaceful world. Indeed, the effort required to finalize such a uniquely comprehensive treaty is a shining example of the role we as parliamentarians can play in addressing global challenges. It is here at this IPU assemblies that...
Microphone, please.
It's red.
Sorry,
Okay.
Canada, I think we had a technical something. Can you please begin your submission?
Thank you.
I think it was cut somewhere.
All right, I'll do it again. Your Royal Highness, colleagues, good afternoon. I'm honored to join in the celebration of the 25th anniversary of what we in Canada commonly call the Ottawa Treaty. This landmark convention holds pride of...
Okay, no, just stay on your seat, Canada. Just stay on your seat because then it's easier for me. Okay, let's begin with Tonga. I'll come back to you, Canada. We begin with Tonga. I'll come back to you. Tonga, please take the floor. Tonga, you have 1 minute.
To Your Accent, President of the IPU, Your Royal Highness Prince Mired, and fellow delegates. The Kingdom of Tonga has been blessed by peace and security throughout our history, never firsthand witnessing the looming shadow of war like anti-personnel mines. Even so, World War II saw the Pacific experience unexploded mines on some of our peaceful island nations, and this is still the case today. Regrettably, Tonga is currently one of 33 states
Tonga, please. Can you try to press again? Press the request. Okay, just a second.
Down there.
Okay, please complete your intervention.
Come down there.
No, you can do it from there now. I have pressed you already.
Is it working now?
Yeah.
Madam President, regrettably, Tonga is currently one of 33 states not to be a party to the Anti-Personnel Mine Ban Convention. Your Highness, we do not view this matter as a non-issue. As Speaker of Parliament, I will ensure that this matter is tabled at our next sitting of Parliament this November. Thank you. I pledge Tonga's support for the Ottawa Treaty against the indiscriminate harm and suffering that these weapons bring to innocent people. I so submit. Thank you, President.
Thank you very much, Tonga. Now, Canada, can you place the request again, please? So that I allow you? Yeah. Canada, you have the floor.
Your Highness, colleagues, good afternoon. I'm honored to join in this celebration of the 25th anniversary of what we in Canada commonly call the Ottawa Treaty. This landmine convention holds pride of place in Canada's contribution to a more peaceful world. Indeed, the effort required to finalize such a uniquely comprehensive treaty is a shining example of the role we as parliamentarians can play in addressing global challenges. It was here at the IPU assemblies that Canadian parliamentarians promoted awareness of anti-personnel landmines and called on fellow delegates to support a global ban. I would like to acknowledge the nations that have signed on to this important treaty to ban anti-personnel mines and to urge those who have not to do so. Your commitment is a contribution to humanity. I would also like to pay tribute to the victims and their families and to honor the survivors. Colleagues, 25 years later, regrettably, the world continues to face many challenges. The Ottawa Treaty is an important step, but there is much more we must do. Let us take this opportunity to not only celebrate past achievements, but renew our commitment for world peace. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Canada. Colleagues, thank you so much, Canada and Tonga, for those very short and concise interventions. Your Royal Highness, we thank you so much for sharing us your experience in the work of this convention, but also for coming to address us. We really appreciate, and rest assured, IPU supports your zeal, supports your plan, and we will be working closely with you as we have done now. So thank you so much. Colleagues, a round of applause for him as he leaves the podium. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very kindly. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. Oh, okay. Too far apart. All right. Okay, close.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Thank you so much.
Dear colleagues, we are now going to our second item of the agenda, which is consideration of possible requests for inclusion of an emergency item in the agenda of the Assembly. Colleagues, it's rare that I request for your attention because I know sometimes you are discussing very, very serious stuff with your colleagues. But on this particular segment, I would require your attention, and I'm requesting your attention because of the few words that I want to talk to you before we begin this item. Colleagues, we all know the IPU began in 1889 as a small group of parliamentarians dedicated to promoting peace through parliamentary diplomacy and dialogue. Our vision is we want a world where every voice counts, where democracy and parliaments are at the service of the people for peace and development. Discussing with many of you over the past few days, I have heard you and I still hear you. I hear the deep concerns you have over the state of global affairs, highlighting growing divides, multiple conflicts, inequalities, the list goes on. I have too these concerns for the state of the world, but also for our precious parliamentary democracies and the work we aim to do together here at IPU. It is difficult for us to do our work where there is tension, which constrains opportunities for true dialogue, where we hear and listen to each other. As President, it is my desire to steer the IPU on a constructive and peaceful journey based on trust, inclusiveness, dialogue, and ownership. These are things we have to build on one step at a time, and I ask all of you to join me. I'll finish with a quote from Nelson Mandela, which says, "The greatest glory in living lies not in never failing, but in rising every time we fall." Colleagues, I began with those words because I take note of the fact that our previous two assemblies, we were unable to come up with an agreement, to come up with a resolution, to come up with a decision to say what the IPU's voice is on what is going on in the world. So right now, we are going to the second item of our agenda, which is talking about consideration of possible requests for inclusion of an emergency agenda item on the agenda of the Assembly. I would like to report to you at this moment, we have received 6 requests for the inclusion of an emergency item here. So having received these 6, our rules require that we bring these to your attention. Now, I have decided to say a few words before we embark on this exercise. We all have to think about what is going on in the world and whether up to now we will be ready to say something or not say anything. But that is a hard choice we will have to make. So we have 6 items, and as per our rules, I will call the people who have proposed these motions, and then we will give an opportunity to another country or another parliament which would like to speak against, and then we will move on. Those who will be moving these items will be given 3 minutes, and those who will be opposing will be given 2 minutes. So those who are going to address us, I think they should be sitting close so that we save time. We will have from the proposal that is proposed by Israel, Mr. D. Iluz will be given 3 minutes, and then I will request that Mr. M. Hadid from Palestine also comes forward. Mr. Iacovelli from France also comes forward, and Mr. Mbata Betukumesu Mangu comes forward also, and Ms. Stolbiza and Mr. Edwards, and also Mr. Motaki. So we will begin with the first. Israel. Mr. D. Illouz, you have the floor.
Madam President, esteemed delegates, the Iranian delegation is right now leaving the room. This is no surprise. They fire missiles at civilians, but run when faced with the truth. Iran hides from accountability just as their regime hides behind proxies. Their absence speaks louder than words. We will expose Iran for what it truly is, the greatest threat to global peace. On April 13th and October 1st, Iran launched hundreds of missiles at Israel, targeting civilians. These weren't random strikes. They were deliberate acts of war calculated to spread terror and destabilize. Iran often uses proxies, Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis, hoping to stay in the shadows. But with these missile strikes, Iran showed its true hand, destruction and domination. On October 7th, Hamas, armed and funded by Iran, slaughtered over 1,200 innocent Israelis. Iran didn't pull the trigger, but they made the massacre possible. Hezbollah is no different. Its terror has killed not only Israelis, but Americans, French, and Argentinians. Iran's terror is global, and it must be stopped. In Yemen, Iran arms the Houthis to attack Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and global shipping routes. This isn't just regional aggression. Iran seeks to destabilize the entire world. But Iran's terror doesn't stop with proxies. It has repeatedly violated UN Security Council resolutions, flouting every international effort to curb its nuclear ambitions. Iran is a rogue state that ignores diplomacy and continues its pursuit of nuclear weapons, threatening us all. At home, Iran's people suffer the same brutality. Those who dare speak out are beaten, jailed, and killed. The same regime that spreads terror across the globe crushes its own citizens with the same ruthlessness. At the heart of this terror is the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. The IRGC isn't just Iran's military, it's the engine of its entire terror network, training and directing groups like Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis. The IRGC must be designed as a terrorist organization by every responsible nation. Failing to do so allows Iran to continue spreading violence and chaos. We have a choice. We can stand for peace and stability, as the Abraham Accords show it is possible. Or we can let Iran's terror and nuclear ambitions bring disaster. We must act now. Iran's proxies must be dismantled, its nuclear ambitions crushed. The IRGC, Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis must be recognized as the terrorists they are. Every missile Iran fires, every terrorist they fund, bring us closer to catastrophe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Israel. Now, who would like to take the floor to speak against? There is none, so we proceed. Enforcing United Nations General Assembly, Palestine, on behalf of the Arab Group, Mr. Hadid. Is there? Mr. Hadid, you have the floor. So just before you start speaking, you have to change it to 3 minutes because he is addressing us for the second. Yeah, thank you. Mr. Hadid, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. السيدات والسادة رؤساء وأعضاء الوفود المحترمين.
Thank you, Madam President. The situation in the Middle East today is one of unprecedented war, assassination, and destruction, massacres and death. This involving innocents and the risk of the conflict spreading throughout the region and undermining peace and security internationally. And this brings us back to the very beginning of all of this situation, and that is occupation. The occupation which is the source of our troubles, which we have to bring an end to, because that would bring us back to peace and allow us to deal with the problems we have to tackle. Madam President, the International Court of Justice of The Hague had published an opinion on the Israeli occupation recently, and it considered that Israel's occupation was illegal. Then the UN General Assembly adopted a resolution, a constructive resolution, taking that court decision on board, giving Israel 1 year to bring an end to the occupation and asking Israel to meet its responsibilities, implement the court's decision, and enable the Palestinian people to exercise their absolute right to self-determination on the territory of their state. The advisory decision or opinion of the court is one that says that Israel is responsible for this occupation and goes into detail as to the racist policies which are the result of this occupation and describes the situation of the Palestinian people. The UN General Assembly resolution, based on this court opinion, asks that all of the legislation and measures mentioned which support the occupation be withdrawn. This is an opportunity for all of us to face our ethical and legal responsibilities. This is the opportunity for us to raise our voices for humanity and to ensure that this resolution is implemented. We all have the responsibility to ensure that this people has its rights recognized, a people which is now enduring the living hell of bombing and destruction. And this is also calling to account those responsible for this destruction, so that no one can ever think that they are immune from punishment and can act with impunity, whatever their strength. We need to think about this situation and think about how we would answer questions put to us in the future by our children or grandchildren. Thank you.
يجيب على سؤال ربما يسأله أبناؤنا أو أحفادنا.
And this is a question that will be put to us. It will be, what did you do to help these people? What did you do to bring an end to the situation endured by the Palestinian people? I would like to say this to all of you. We have taken some delegations into account, and we have amended what we have in our explanatory note in order to help meet some of the reservations expressed, and we have told the President about that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, colleagues. Colleagues, 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 which country is that? Algeria, Algeria. Please. Algeria, 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 please. Order. Anybody who would like to take the floor to speak against? Sorry? Israel. You have 2 minutes. Algeria, Algeria, Algeria. Mr. President of the Africa Geopolitical Group, please sit down. Please sit down. We have listened to our colleague from Palestine patiently. So let's listen to everybody else. This is what IPU stands for. Israel, you have the floor. 2 minutes. But then Algeria, you know what the rules stand for. Please, Israel, you have the floor.
Madam President, members of the IPU, how dare the Palestinian Authority stand before us and preach about international law?
Israel, sorry. Hold on, because we can't hear you properly. Colleagues, please, if you have to leave the room, you can leave the room quietly so that he continues to address us. Israel, you have the floor.
Madam President, members of the IPU, how dare the Palestinian Authority stand before us and preach about international law? This is the same authority that pays terrorists to murder innocent Israelis, rewarding the blood of Jews through their pay-for-slave program. They glorify terrorists, brainwashing children in their schools to hate and kill. This is a Palestinian school textbook. In it, you can see Dalal Mughrabi, who led the massacre of 38 Israelis, including 13 children, and she is celebrated as a hero. This is how the PA educates its children to become the next generation of terrorists. They refuse to condemn the October 7th attack, massacre, when Hamas slaughtered over 1,200 Israelis, including babies. The PA doesn't want peace, it wants Israel erased. Let's be absolutely clear. The ICJ's advisory opinion is non-binding. It carries no legal force. It was issued without hearing Israel's case or considering decades of Palestinian terrorism. Worse, this emergency item proposal by the Palestinian delegation spreads lies, like that the ICJ demanded Israel leave Judea and Samaria in 12 months. This is a blatant lie. The PA is manipulating international law for political gain, and this proposal doesn't even respect the IPU's bylaws. Israel, unlike its neighbors, respects international law. We are the only democracy in the region committed to the rule of law. But using this commitment to weaken us emboldens terrorists and undermines the free world. We must reject this manipulation and stand firm against those who seek to destroy the values we cherish. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you. We now go to our third proposed item, which is proposed by France, United Kingdom, Germany, the Netherlands, and Canada. And here we will hear from France, Mr. Iacovelli. Mr. Iacovelli, you have the floor. 3 minutes.
Okay. Madame la Présidente, chers collègues.
Madam President, dear colleagues, the draft resolution that it is my honour to introduce to you today on behalf of France, the UK, Germany, the Netherlands and Canada calls on all parliaments to join forces in order to overcome our divisions in order to settle the serious conflicts affecting the world and to react responsibly to the different challenges facing humanity. This text is to be an IPU response to the alarm that was opened at the last session of the UN General Assembly, given the world that is on the edge of an abyss. Since the implementation of the UN in the wake of the Second World War, more than ever, the international situation is serious. There are no fewer than 56 armed conflicts raging all around the world, causing millions of victims, refugees, and displaced persons. Violations of the UN Charter and of international humanitarian law are multiple in a context of geopolitical division, weakening of multilateralism, and the international community is left powerless. With all of this violence, we are seeing unprecedented global challenges such as climate change, food insecurity, inequalities, and poverty. All of these challenges require a collective response. Our draft resolution, therefore, in its preamble, outlines the alarming situation and calls for a strong recommitment from the international community in favor of multilateralism and the UN. We appeal for an urgent end to all conflicts, because no conflict is more important than another. No victim counts more than another. Every life counts. We, therefore, urge that an immediate end be put to the devastating war in the Middle East. We need to silence the weapons. We need to stop military escalation. We need to put out this regional fire. That is why we are calling for a ceasefire, for the freeing of all hostages, for access that is unhindered to humanitarian aid in order to allow for a peaceful resolution of the conflict and the implementation of a two-state solution. This resolution, of course, reminds us of the conflict in Ukraine, a conflict which is not just of concern to Western countries. The fact that a major power with international responsibilities as a permanent member of the Security Council in the UN, and they decide to invade a neighboring country and violate its borders, this is not a harmless act. This is a serious infringement of the international order based on the state of law, and it's a threat for international stability. And we cannot overlook the economic and food consequences of this conflict at a global level. Our resolution also calls for an end to dramatic conflicts in Africa, in Latin America, and in Asia. I could mention Sudan, Yemen, the DRC, Myanmar, Haiti, Venezuela. The list, unfortunately, is not exhaustive. As always, the main victims of these conflicts are the civilian population, especially women and children. Our resolution condemns all of these blind attacks on the populations, going against the Geneva Conventions. We would also ask that an end be put to sexual violence and armed conflicts, as well as violence committed against children, which is particularly unacceptable. We call for more legitimacy and more effective multilateral bodies. We would like to support the broadening of the UN Security Council. And to conclude, colleagues, after two assemblies, when we failed to adopt an emergency item, it would be desirable, even crucial, for our organization to reach an agreement. How can we respond back to our governments, our parliaments, our populations? How can we answer for a third failure? How could we justify the IPU's usefulness if we cannot come together for a text in order to put an end to conflicts in the world? Dear colleagues, let us overcome our divisions and our bitterness, and let us together speak up for the legitimacy of parliamentary diplomacy in the interest of a peaceful, just world order. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who would like to speak against? Palestine, is that a point of order, or you want to address against? You want to speak against? Against, okay. Palestine against, you have 2 minutes. Hold on.
No, it's okay.
Hold on. Hold on. Yes, press again. Press once and then, yeah. Okay, now you have the floor.
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Madam President. Uruguay, please. I'm taking the floor. We've listened earlier to the representative of the group of 12+, who talked about the need for consensus and the role of parliamentary diplomacy. And we, of course, support this. However, presenting this resolution in this manner is a way to undermine the most important issue and the most important crisis in the world today, which is first and foremost the right to survive and to live. If the members of the parliaments of the world, if the members of your parliaments do not defend the right to live, there's no importance to all the other topics. This is the most important issue. We, as Palestinians, we highly value the right to live for all individuals. We condemn the targeting of civilians from any party in any place and at any time. This is a position of principle. I have listened to the representative of the genocidal force who tried to use this forum in order to spread some misconceptions, such as was done by his prime minister before the UN General Assembly. This is not a circus. This is a serious assembly that represents the will of the peoples of the world in order to create a different world that is peaceful and where stability reigns, away from barbarism and the daily killing of children and women under false pretenses. The educational programs and curricula that he talked about, in Palestinian curricula, there's nothing that contradicts international law, and this is something that was evaluated by the EU. He is trying to undermine the legitimacy of the ICJ, like Israeli politicians did towards the United Nations and its specialized agencies. I hope that this organization will not be accused of being anti-Semitic. Enough using anti-Semitism for cheap purposes. We are against anti-Semitism, and we are the victims of anti-Semitism.
Thank you. Colleagues, we now go to the Democratic Republic of Congo. Mr. Mbata Bekutumesu Mangu, you have the floor. 3 minutes.
Madame la Présidente, chers collègues.
Madam President, dear colleagues, I'm speaking on behalf of the delegation of the DRC and on behalf of our head of the Senate, and we would like to put forward this draft resolution. Here are the awful facts. We've got a crisis that has been ongoing since 1994, when the DRC, my country, was obliged to open up our borders to take in Rwandans who were fleeing from genocide that had been committed in Rwanda. So it's been going on for 30 years. We've had over 2 million dead, over 2 million. And we've heard about 5 million IDPs, men, women, and children. Over 1 million women and young girls have been raped, on average a few hundred a day, and the facts are worsening every day. And this is because there has been an illegal exploitation of our resources by Rwanda. Not all of the pretexts that have been reiterated often in international conferences. Rather, the reason behind this is about pillaging our resources. And Rwanda is not just directly intervening, but they are supporting terrorists. This situation has been confirmed by all UN reports, and several countries, including the G12+, have called on Rwanda to leave the DRC, but in vain. Their troops, 20,000 of them, are now occupying a large amount of territory, violating thus our territorial sovereignty. And this violates the UN Charter and the constitutional acts of the African Union and all international instruments which govern civilized countries. It would be regrettable for parliamentarians here in this beautiful city of Geneva. It would be regrettable if we were to leave without commenting on the humanitarian situation in this country. The resolution was also presented at the SADC, and we called on parliamentarians and our partners in the continent to support us, because this is an emergency item on behalf of Africa. I would like to ask for an emergency item that comes from the African continent. Madam President, an almost identical resolution calling for the withdrawal and the full respect of the DRC's territorial integrity and a withdrawal of international troops from Rwanda and an immediate ceasing of violation of women and children was adopted by the Francophone Assembly that met in July 2024, so just 3 months ago, and we hope that the Francophone parliamentarians will repeat this commitment they made at that point. Madam President, the situation in terms of security and the humanitarian situation is serious. No civilized country would accept a violation of their territorial sovereignty. No civilized country could be indifferent to the massacres being carried out. Therefore, we make an appeal for solidarity with the people of the DRC. And because it is an emergency item from Africa, we would like to ask for solidarity for Africa, and we appeal for your support for this emergency item to call for a response to the situation in our country. Thank you.
Thank you. Any country that would like to speak against? Rwanda. Rwanda, you have 2 minutes. Rwanda, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Rwanda strongly rejects the emergency item submitted by the DRC, which is inadequate in both procedure and in substance. Last Sunday, in the African Geopolitical Group meeting, the DRC requested the group to present this emergency item. After discussion, the African Geopolitical Group was of the view that the matter was not worth of being presented as an emergency item by the group before this assembly. The DRC government is actively collaborating with the FDLR, a group responsible for the crimes during the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda, where more than 1 million of Tutsi were decimated in only 100 days. The DRC has also enrolled Wazalendo in its forces, an ethnically charged militia group that has vowed to erase Congolese Tutsi in the DRC. This collaboration with the FDLR has undermined the regional efforts for peace. Rwanda remains committed to the ongoing peace processes, notably the Rwanda process under the mediation of Angola and the Nairobi process. These initiatives offer the best path forward for restoring peace and fostering regional cooperation. Despite the DRC belligerence stance and numerous provocative acts, the government of Rwanda has abstained from escalating the conflict. Rwanda has always prioritized peace, and we have been working tirelessly to support regional efforts aimed at bringing stability to the eastern DRC. But peace cannot be achieved unilaterally. While Rwanda remains committed to dialogue, we must acknowledge that the DRC actions, including its alliance with genocidal militia, remain a direct threat to our territorial integrity and our people's safety. We will always be prepared to defend ourselves against any threat to our nation. As I conclude, Chair, we would like to call upon this Assembly to dismiss this item presented by the DRC. Should the vote be conducted, we call upon all esteemed delegations here present to vote against this item. By doing so, you will be giving a chance to the ongoing regional peace processes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we will go to, okay, so one of them will speak from, no, not 2 minutes. Yeah, okay. Ms. Tolbiza will speak on behalf of the fifth item. Please, you have the floor, 3 minutes.
Señora Presidenta.
Madam President, I would like to begin by offering my thanks for the exceptional words that you used to open this discussion. You made an appeal for dialogue and a commitment to peace, and that is exactly the spirit that we have brought with us to this discussion. We are seeing more and more armed conflicts, violence, as a result, which cover all of the globe. There is no continent that is unscathed. All of our regions, all of our groups and sectors are affected by the multiple armed conflicts. But I have not come here to talk to you about the atrocities of war. I am here to call your attention to the way in which these armed conflicts make children the victims. They are the ones who suffer directly and indirectly from the consequences of decisions taken by adults. We need to bear in mind the innocence of these children who are victims. War children are those who suffer directly. They suffer from death, mutilation, kidnapping, forced recruitment. They suffer indirectly because they are separated from their families, from their parents. Also, human rights are violated. There is sexual violence. There is a loss of identity. There is a loss of education because the schools are attacked. They lose health care, they lose access to food, and they are exposed to extreme poverty. What I am here to say is that these war children who are so severely impacted by war don't see any differences between territory, countries, ideologies, race, or religion or creed. The children are children. And we would like to draw your attention to this fact because these conflicts caused by adults are having a real impact now on the present and future of children because the devastating long-term effects for these children's emotional development is serious and therefore should drive us to take immediate action. These children of war, as I have said, they don't see the differences between territories, the differences we talk about in our debates. And I think that in drafting this proposal, we wanted to give enough scope for no situation to be left out. I think that the situation in the DRC should be covered because there's over 1 million children affected by the war. Likewise, in our proposal, we have denounced the situation in Sudan or the situation in Ukraine, where half of the population of young people under 18 are suffering from displacements, and many of these displaced children have to leave alone. And there's also the risk of forced recruitment or kidnapping for those young people. Of course, all of this should be the way in which the IPU wants to address the situation, in the way in which we are able to understand that there aren't different positions here. We haven't come here with a proposal, not with an intention of confrontation. We do not want to speak against anybody else or anybody else's proposal. Quite to the contrary, we would like to make an urgent appeal to work together with a collective vision and to build a shared vision of the world that we want for our children. Because when we talk about war children, these children could be any of our own children. Of course, it would be good to have more multilateralism. Yes, of course, having a stronger UN would help. I have no doubt that that is something that we want. Yes, we need to shore up cooperation and international assistance. Yes, that is all true. What we need to do is to make a strong appeal for humanity. We need to appeal to our capacity for generosity, which might go beyond our divisions. Because if we shoulder this responsibility, this will certainly protect the lives of some of these children affected by war, and it's for these reasons that we appeal for your support for our emergency item. Thank you very much.
Well, the 2 minutes that were supposed to be taken by the person who is going to speak against have been eaten by the mover. But anyway, the rules require as such. Who would like to speak against? Mexico. Just a second. Mexico, place again. Yeah, you're speaking against, so 2 minutes.
No, they cannot speak against their own motion.
But it's theirs.
No, it's their motion.
Well,
they
maybe
cannot speak against their motions.
Wait, are they mentioned here?
Yes, Mexico is.
Mexico, you're part of this.
No.
Yeah, but it's the same country.
No, es que él. Voting difference.
En lo particular quisiera señalar. Okay, hold on. Let me check. If there is no other country, I'll give you the floor, because otherwise Mexico reads as part of this. That's correct. Okay, I don't see any country wanting to go against, but it seems Mexico has supported. On the other hand, they are against. So, Mexico.
Sí, mi opinión. My personal position is that we should talk about war children who are victims, which would cover countries such as Venezuela and countries in armed conflict. We think that we should be looking at an ideological and political position. Venezuela is not at war, and the children in Venezuela are not victims of war, and for this reason we are against on that particular point.
Okay, so we are going to see how the votes are going to be divided in Mexico, but let's go to our last item, which is from the Islamic Republic of Iran. And we have Mr. Motaki. You have 3 minutes.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم و صلی الله علی محمد و آله الطیبین الطاهرین و صحبه المنتجبین. جواب ابلهان صهیونیست خاموشی است. Distinguished Chair, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is both a privilege and a profound duty to stand before you today as the head of the Iranian delegation to present a resolution of critical importance. The Inter-Parliamentary Union draft resolution on the deteriorating humanitarian situation in Gaza and Lebanon. This draft resolution seeks to address the ongoing crisis in these regions, a crisis that has reached a tipping point and now demands decisive international action. The proposal I present today is not just a matter of policy. It is a moral imperative. We are here because the principles of international humanitarian law and human rights are being violated on the unprecedented scale. The crisis in Gaza and Lebanon is not a series of isolated incidents, but part of a systematic campaign of aggression and occupation spanning decades. The draft resolution highlights the humanitarian crisis in these regions, which include the destruction of civilian infrastructure and loss of innocent lives, and the collapse of essential services like healthcare, water, and sanitation. These are not natural disasters. They are man-made tragedies resulting from the Israeli regime's policies. Recent atrocities in Gaza and Lebanon have shocked the world. Just 2 days ago, ladies and gentlemen, a heinous attack on Al-Aqsa Hospital saw Palestinians who had sought refuge burned alive. Distinguished delegates, burned alive. Such acts are not just breaches of humanitarian law, but were crimes bearing the hallmarks of genocide. Under Article 2 of the Genocide Convention, genocide is defined as act committed with the intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group. The action of the Israeli regime indiscriminate killing, blocked.
Please conclude. Your time is up.
I think we have to follow
I have already added some minutes, and you have exhausted that as well.
Equal.
I have done that.
Previous 6 minutes.
I have done that.
Yeah. The international community can no longer remain silent. The crimes against the people of Gaza and Lebanon have become so frequent and normalized that their severity is often overlooked. But these acts are war crimes. Dear friends, these emergency items presented by Iran shows the real image of an apartheid regime to the world. However, in our talks with our friends from Palestinian and Islamic countries and also Arab countries and Asian, we decided to join to the consensus of our Arab and Islamic resolution. That's why we withdraw from our resolution here. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Was there any...
But they didn't say anything. If they want to take the floor, they can take the floor.
Colleagues, the motion has been withdrawn, but usually when the motion has been withdrawn, there is no speaking against, except where a specific country is mentioned and they may want to reply. So, any country would like to take the floor? No, okay. Thank you. Colleagues, having listened to all these motions, so we have, Iran has withdrawn. We have also been informed by the Israeli delegation that their motion is equally withdrawn. So they have also withdrawn. So we stay with the four proposed items. That is one from the Palestine on behalf of the Arab group, and the one that was presented by France, United Kingdom, Germany, Netherlands, and Canada, DRC, and then the one that was presented by Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Guyana, Mexico, and Peru. So I would now call on the Secretary General to explain to us the voting procedure. Secretary General.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes. It's working? Okay. Thank you, Madam President. The voting procedure in this context, that of the emergency item, I'm speaking loud. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Please, Madam President, you may ask participants to tone down their conversation so that we can hear better.
We can. Secretary General, don't worry, we can hear you.
Okay, very good. I was saying that the procedure is governed by Article 16.1 of the statutes, and it stipulates that the Assembly, in this case, shall vote by roll call. The number of votes allocated to each delegation is to be found in document A/149/inf.2. The number of votes indicated corresponds to the number of delegates announced at this assembly. Delegations in arrears of more than 2 years of contribution are not entitled to vote under the provisions of Article 5.2 of the statutes and thus do not appear on the list. Only delegates physically present in the plenary here now at the moment of the vote can take part in the vote. The statutes provide that no single delegate can record more than 10 votes, and that is Article 15.3 of the statutes. This means that if a delegation is entitled to, for example, 21 or more votes, it will need the physical presence of at least 3 delegates in the room to cast its full entitlement of votes. To ensure that a diversity of views can be expressed through the vote, the statutes envisage the possibility of splitting the votes cast by a delegation on a given subject, and that is Article 15.3 of the statutes. If a delegation is entitled to a total of 15 votes, for instance, it can register 6 votes in favor, 5 against, and 4 abstentions, or 10 in favor, 5 against, and so on. Vote splitting is not mandatory. The delegation may decide to cast all 15 of its votes for or against. We now have 4 competing proposals for the emergency item. Instead of proceeding with a separate roll call vote on each of them, it is our practice to combine all votes in one round. For each proposal, the delegation must cast the full number of votes to which they are entitled. Taking the previously cited example, the delegation in question would thus need to cast all 15 of its votes on each proposal, but can of course split them to express diverse views. Madam President, these are the statutory provisions governing voting in the Assembly on the emergency item. If that is sufficiently clear to the delegates, you may now wish to invite my colleague, Ambassador Philip, to begin the vote by roll call. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, as per our usual practice, but also the rules that we have in place as expressed by the Secretary General, I know usually this process is tedious and takes time, but please, I'm going to request all of you to take your seats because we have to take roll calls. And whoever doesn't have a seat, I think there are more seats upstairs, so other people can go have seats there. But I'm going to request all of you to take your seats and also give now the opportunity to Ambassador Ander to now call the roll.
Thank you very much.
Ambassador Ander.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And with your indulgence, just to simplify the process and to try to make it as clear as possible, we have just a 1-minute video that we would kindly ask that it be shown that explains in images the voting procedure that has just been in depth explained by the Secretary General.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Voting guide for emergency items during an assembly. Who can vote? To exercise their voting rights, Member Parliament delegations should not be in arrears of more than 2 years, should be registered on the list of participants, and physically in attendance at the time of the vote. Votes are held by roll call, and MPs must be present in the room at the time of the vote. Absence voids their ability to vote. Voting is based on a weighted system. Each IPU member parliament has a minimum of 10 votes. The basic 10-vote entitlement shall be reduced to 8 votes if a delegation is composed exclusively of parliamentarians of the same sex for 2 consecutive sessions. Delegations are entitled to additional votes based on the population of their country as shown in the following table. The number of votes allowed per delegation depends on the number of MPs present in the room at the time of the vote. 1 MP may cast a maximum of 10 votes, 2 MPs may cast a maximum of 20 votes, and 3 MPs are required to cast 21 votes or more. A delegation may split its vote entitlement to express the diverse views of its members. If a member parliament has 15 votes for an emergency item proposal, it may, for example, vote 6 in favour, 5 against, and 4 abstentions. In another emergency item proposal, it may choose to vote 10 votes in favour and 5 against. Please be reminded that for each proposal, members must use the full number of votes to which they are entitled. Delegations are requested to remain silent during the vote. For more information about the voting process, please scan the QR codes or visit the links presented here.
Thank you very much, Angelo. Thank you very much. I do not intend to repeat your votes, so to the extent to which you can express them clearly in the microphone, preferably English, French, or Spanish, my colleagues will be able to record them faster and we can advance in the process. I'm just looking at the time, it's 6:40, we should have finished by now. A big thank you to our interpreters for bearing with us. We shall start with Malawi, which is entitled to 14 votes. How do you vote on the proposal from Palestine? Malawi, 14 votes on the proposal from Palestine. How do you cast those votes?
Hold on, let me have this ready. It seems okay. Malawi? Yeah.
Abstain.
14 abstentions on the proposal from Palestine.
Yes.
Yes?
I'm saying on the proposal from the,
Abstention.
yes, abstention.
DRC,
Abstention.
Argentina,
Abstention.
abstention on all 4 of the proposals.
No, we have
Not
114.
all. You have mentioned 3. You're still, you haven't mentioned 1, I think.
On Palestine, abstention.
Yes.
On France,
In favor.
in favor. 14 in favor. Proposal, wait, we're not finished. We're not finished. We need to be voting. We need to vote on all of the proposals. So you voted on Palestine, you voted on France, the proposal from the DRC. How do you vote?
Abstention.
Abstention. Proposal by Argentina.
Abstention.
They are all
Abstention. Thank you. Malaysia, you are entitled to 15 votes. Proposal by Palestine. Just a moment.
Yes.
Go ahead.
4 for Palestine. 4.
15 in favor. Proposal by France.
Abstain.
Abstention. Proposal by DRC.
Abstain.
Proposal by Argentina.
Abstain.
Thank you, Malaysia. Maldives, you are entitled to 10 votes. On the proposal from Palestine, please.
Palestine in favor.
Proposal by France.
France against.
Proposal by DRC.
Against.
Proposal by Argentina.
Against.
Well noted, thank you. Malta, you have 10 votes. Proposal by Palestine. Just a moment, we just, okay, don't press. If you can press just once.
Malta, press again, press. Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Right?
Proposal by Palestine.
10 in favor.
Proposal by France.
10 in favor.
Proposal by DRC.
DRC against.
Proposal by Argentina.
10 in favor.
Thank you. Mexico, if you can press the button and we'll wait for the red light. Just 1 second. Okay.
Es Palestina, ¿verdad? Palestine.
We start with
20 en contra.
Just a moment. Mexico, you are entitled to 20 votes. On the proposal from Palestine, how do you cast your votes?
20.
20 against. 20 in favor.
Mexico, hold on, don't touch on the microphone until you finish the voting process.
Okay, DRC.
20 abstentions.
Ocho a favor.
8 in favor, 8 against, and 4 abstentions.
Argentina, o sea, lo que es.
Argentina.
Recorded. Thank you, Mexico. We move to Monaco. If you can press your microphone.
No, un momento, faltó Israel.
Sorry, we didn't vote on the Israeli proposal.
The proposal from Argentina.
Israel has been withdrawn. Israel has been withdrawn, so you can't vote on it. Thank you. Call the next.
Monaco, absent. Mongolia, absent. Montenegro, absent. Mozambique, absent. Namibia. Mr. Speaker, Namibia has 11 votes. On the proposal from Palestine, please.
The proposal for Palestine in favor.
Proposal from France.
Abstention.
Proposal by the DRC.
In favor.
And proposal by Argentina.
Abstention.
Thank you. My apologies, I need to call Morocco. So Namibia has been well recorded, and we go to Morocco that has 15 votes. Proposal by Palestine, please.
OK. Oui, on vote pour.
In favor. 15 in favor. Also, 15 in favor for the second proposal, the French one. Yes, indeed, madam. The DRC proposal? Abstention, says Morocco. Argentina, also abstention.
Thank you. Nepal, absent. Netherlands, you have 13 votes. We'll just wait a second for the mic. Okay, proposal by Palestine.
13 votes against.
Proposal by France.
13 votes in favor.
Proposal by the DRC.
13 votes abstention.
And proposal by Argentina.
13 votes in favor.
Thank you. New Zealand, if you can turn on your mic. Proposal by Palestine. New Zealand, you have 12 votes. On Palestine, please.
12 votes against.
Proposal by France.
12 votes for.
Proposal by DRC.
12 votes against.
And proposal by Argentina.
12 votes for.
Thank you. Nigeria, you have 22 votes. If you can turn on your mic. Just a second.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so on the proposal from Palestine, please.
Palestine, 22 abstention.
Proposal by France.
France, 22 in favor.
Proposal by DRC.
22 in favor.
And proposal by Argentina.
22 abstinence.
Thank you. North Macedonia. Thank you. You have 11 votes. I'll just wait for the red light. Proposal by Palestine.
7 in favor, 4 against, no abstention.
Proposal by France.
10 in favor, 1 against.
DRC.
3 in favor, 8 against.
And Argentina?
10 in favor, 1 against.
Thank you. Norway, 12 votes. Is Norway in the room? Yes, I see you now. I'll just wait for the red light, and then we'll start with Palestine. You have 12 votes. On Palestine, please.
Against.
On France?
In favor.
Proposal by DRC?
Against.
Proposal by Argentina?
In favor.
Thank you. Oman? Oman has 12 votes. One second, we're waiting for the light.
One press.
Yes, proposal on Palestine, please.
In favor.
Proposal by France.
Against.
Proposal by DRC.
Against.
Proposal by Argentina.
Against.
Thank you. Palestine, if you can turn on your mic, and we'll wait for the red light. Thank you. You have 12 votes. Proposal by Palestine.
12 in favor.
Proposal by France.
Against.
Proposal by DRC.
Against.
Proposal by Argentina.
Against.
Well noted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Paraguay, if you can turn on your mic. Paraguay, you have 12 votes. On the proposal from Palestine, please.
11 en contra, 1 abstención.
11 opposed and 1 abstention. 12 in favor. 12 abstentions. 12 in favor.
Peru, if you can turn on your mic. You are entitled to 15 votes. On the proposal from Palestine, please.
10 abstención.
10 abstention and 5 in favor.
$15 in favor. Proposal by and proposal
A favor.
In favor.
Thank you. Philippines, if you can turn on your mic. Philippines, you are entitled to 20 votes. On the proposal by Palestine, please.
20 votes in favor.
Proposal by France.
20 votes in favor.
Proposal by DRC.
20 votes in favor.
And proposal by Argentina.
20 votes in favor.
Thank you. We move on. Please, quiet, please. We move on to Poland. If you can turn on your mic, Poland. Yes, we'll just wait for the red light. It's fine. Okay. 15 votes. Proposal by Palestine.
15 against.
Proposal by France.
15 in favor.
Proposal by DRC.
15 against.
And proposal by Argentina.
15 in favor.
Thank you. Portugal, if you can turn on the mic. You are entitled to 13 votes. On the proposal from Palestine, please.
13 votes against.
Proposal by France.
13 votes in favor.
Proposal by DRC.
13 votes against.
And proposal by Argentina.
13 votes in favor.
Thank you. Republic of Korea. You are entitled to 17 votes. On the proposal by Palestine.
17 abstention.
Proposal by France.
17 in favor.
Proposal by DRC.
17 abstention.
And proposal by Argentina.
17 in favor.
Well noted. Thank you. Romania, you are entitled to 13 votes. On the proposal from Palestine, please.
Thank you. 13 votes, abstention.
Proposal by France.
13 votes in favor.
Proposal by DRC.
13 votes abstention.
And proposal by Argentina.
13 votes in favor of this proposal.
Thank you very much. Well noted. Russian Federation, you are entitled to 20 votes. Proposal by Palestine. Okay, we'll just wait for it. No, okay.
Palestine 20 in favor.
Proposal by France.
20 against.
Proposal by DRC.
20 against.
And proposal by Argentina.
20 against.
Rwanda, you are entitled to Rwanda, you are entitled to 11 votes. Proposal by Palestine.
11 abstention.
Proposal by France.
11 abstention.
Proposal by DRC.
11 against.
And proposal by Argentina.
11 abstention.
Thank you very much. San Marino, if you can turn on your mic. You are entitled to 10 votes. Proposal by Palestine, please.
10 vote abstention.
Proposal by France.
10 vote favor.
Proposal by DRC.
10 vote abstention.
And proposal by Argentina.
10 vote abstention. Thank you.
Thank you. Sao Tome and Principe, if you can turn on the mic, yes. You are entitled to 10 votes. Proposal by Palestine.
10 votes.
10 against. 10 abstention. 10 abstention. And 10 abstention.
Thank you. Saudi Arabia, thank you. You are entitled to 15 votes. We'll just wait for the red light. Proposal by Palestine.
15 votes in favor.
Proposal by France.
15 votes against.
Proposal by DRC.
15 votes against.
And proposal by Argentina.
15 votes against.
Thank you. Serbia, absent. Seychelles. Mr. Speaker, if you can turn on your microphone. You are entitled to 10 votes. Proposal by Palestine.
10 votes in favor.
Proposal by France.
10 votes against.
Proposal by DRC.
10 abstentions.
And proposal by Argentina.
10 against.
Thank you. Slovakia. Slovakia, you are entitled to 10 votes. Proposal by Palestine.
10 votes against.
Proposal by France.
10 in favor.
Proposal by DRC.
10 abstention.
And proposal by Argentina.
10 in favor.
Thank you. Slovenia. You are entitled to 11 votes. Proposal by Palestine.
7 votes in favor, 4 votes against.
Proposal by France.
11 votes in favor.
Proposal by DRC.
11 votes against.
And proposal by Argentina.
11 votes in favor.
Thank you. Somalia. Somalia, if you can turn on your mic. Okay. And you are entitled to 13 votes. On the proposal by Palestine, please.
In favor.
Proposal by France.
Against.
Proposal by DRC.
Abstain.
Proposal by Argentina.
Against.
Thank you. South Africa, you are entitled to 18 votes. We'll just wait for the microphone. Proposal by Palestine, please.
18 in favor for Palestine.
Proposal by France.
18 against.
Proposal by DRC.
18 abstain.
And proposal by Argentina.
18 against.
Thank you. South Sudan, only one delegate. If you can turn on your mic, please. One delegate. You are, just a moment, you are entitled to 10 votes. Proposal by Palestine, please.
Abstention.
Proposal by France.
Abstention.
Proposal by DRC.
Abstention.
And proposal by Argentina.
Abstention.
Thank you. Spain. Spain, you are entitled to 16 votes. I don't see if your light is on. On the proposal by Palestine, please.
8 votos.
8 in favor, 8 against.
Proposal by France.
16 in favor.
DRC.
16 against.
And proposal by Argentina.
16 in favor.
Thank you. We move on to Suriname. You are entitled to 10 votes. Proposal by Palestine, please.
8 in favor and 2 abstention.
Proposal by France.
8 in favor and 2 abstentions.
Proposal by DRC.
10 abstention.
And proposal by Argentina.
10 in favor.
Thank you. Sweden. Sweden, you are entitled to 13 votes. Proposal by Palestine. We'll just wait for the mic.
Yes, it works now, I suppose. You can hear me, madam?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. 13 against.
Proposal by France.
13 in favor.
Proposal by DRC.
13 against.
And proposal by Argentina.
13 in favor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Switzerland, if you can turn on your mic, you are entitled to 12 votes. Proposal by Palestine.
12 votes against.
Proposal by France.
12 votes in favor.
Proposal by DRC.
12 votes against.
And proposal by Argentina.
12 votes in favor.
Thank you. We move on to Thailand. Thailand, if you can turn on your microphone. You are entitled to 18 votes. On the proposal by Palestine, please.
18 abstention.
Proposal by France.
18 in favor.
Proposal by DRC.
18 abstention.
And proposal by Argentina.
18 in favor.
Thank you. Timor-Leste. Timor-Leste, you are entitled to 11 votes. On the proposal by Palestine, please.
11 vote in favor.
Proposal by France.
11 vote abstain.
Proposal by DRC.
11 vote abstain.
And proposal by Argentina.
11 votes abstain.
Thank you. Tonga, you are entitled to 10 votes. Yeah, just a moment, it'll come. Okay, proposal by Palestine, please.
10 votes in favor.
Proposal by France.
10 votes in favor.
Proposal by DRC.
10 votes abstentions.
And proposal by Argentina.
10 votes in favor.
Thank you. Tunisia. Tunisia, if you turn on your mic. You are entitled to 13 votes. On the proposal by Palestine, please.
10 صوت مؤيد لاقتراح دولة فلسطين. 13 صوت.
Just a moment, please. Are you hearing? Okay, we need to have interpretation. Tunisia, 13 votes. On the proposal, please, from Palestine.
ثلاثة عشر صوت ضد مقترح فرنسا.
13 against the proposal from France.
Is it possible?
Repeat. Right. ثلاثة عشر صوت مؤيد لمقترح دولة فلسطين.
13 in favor of the proposal from Palestine.
13 صوت.
Okay, so my colleagues have recorded this. I'm still not hearing, but that's okay. They've recorded it. On the proposal by Palestine?
Yes.
Yes. On the proposal by France?
No.
13 صوت رافض لمقترح فرنسا.
13 against the proposal from France.
On the proposal by the DRC?
الكونغو 13 صوت رافض.
13 against the proposal from DRC.
And Argentina?
Against.
Thank you. Turkey, you have 19 votes. Turkey, if you can turn on your mic. Proposal by Palestine, please.
19 in favor.
Proposal by France.
2 in favor, 17 abstention. Pardon, against. 2 in favor, 17 against.
Okay. Proposal by DRC.
Against.
And proposal by Argentina.
Against.
Thank you. Turkmenistan. Absent. Tuvalu. Absent. Uganda. Absent. Ukraine. Ukraine, you have 15 votes. If you can turn on your mic. Yes, I see the green. Now I see the red. Proposal by Palestine, please.
2 votes in favor, the rest abstention.
2 in favor, 13 abstention. France?
All votes in favor.
Proposal by DRC?
All votes abstention.
And proposal by Argentina?
All votes in favor.
Well noted, thank you. United Arab Emirates, you have 13 votes. Yeah, just a moment. On the proposal from Palestine, please.
13 in favor.
Proposal by France.
13 against.
Proposal by DRC.
13 against.
And proposal by Argentina.
13 against.
Thank you. United Kingdom, if you can turn on your mic. Okay, it's coming. You are entitled to 18 votes. Proposal by Palestine, please.
18 against.
Proposal by France.
18 in favor.
Proposal by DRC.
18 against.
And proposal by Argentina.
18 in favor.
Thank you. Tanzania, you are entitled to 18 votes. On the proposal by Palestine, please.
18 abstention.
Proposal by France.
18 in favor.
DRC.
18 abstention.
And Argentina.
18 abstention.
Thank you. Uzbekistan, you have 15 votes. On the proposal from Palestine, please.
15 in favor, Palestine.
Proposal by France.
By France, abstentions.
Proposal by DRC.
All votes, abstention.
And proposal by Argentina.
15 abstentions.
Thank you. We move to Vietnam. Absent. Yemen. Mr. Speaker, you have 13 votes. I'm just waiting for the red light. Okay.
اليمن 13 صوتا مؤيدا لفلسطين 13 صوتا رافضا
13 in favor of Palestine, 13 against France, 13 against Argentina, 13 in favor of Palestine, 13 against France, 13 against DRC, and 13 against Argentina.
Argentine.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Yemen. Zambia. Zambia, you are entitled to 14 votes on the proposal by Palestine, please.
Palestine 14 abstain.
Proposal by France.
And then France 14-4.
Proposal by DRC.
7-4, 5 against, 2 abstain.
And proposal by Argentina.
14 in favor.
Thank you. Zimbabwe. Mr. Speaker, your delegation is entitled to 13 votes on the proposal by Palestine, please.
13 votes in favor.
Proposal by France.
Abstention.
Proposal by DRC.
13 in favor.
And proposal by Argentina.
Against.
Thank you. Albania. Absent. Algeria.
Yes.
Algeria, you are entitled to 16 votes, Mr. Speaker, on the proposal by Palestine.
16 voix pour le point d'urgence Palestine.
La proposition de la France.
Pour le reste, contre. Les 3 points d'urgence restants, contre.
Okay. For the other 3 proposals, against. We move to Andorra. Andorra, if you could turn on your mic, you are entitled to 10 votes. On the proposal from, okay, I'm just waiting for the red light. Proposal by Palestine.
10 voix contre.
10 against.
10 voix pour.
10 in favor.
République démocratique du Congo.
10 voix contre.
10 against.
10 voix pour.
10 in favor.
Angola. Angola, you have 15 votes. On Palestine, please.
So, 15 in favor for Palestine.
Proposal by France.
15 abstention.
Proposal by DRC.
15 abstention.
And proposal by Argentina.
15 in favor.
Thank you. Argentina, if you can turn on your mic. Yes, it's coming. You are entitled to 16 votes. Proposal by Palestine, please.
Abstention.
Abstention.
France.
A favor.
In favor.
Proposal by DRC.
Abstention.
Abstention.
Proposal by Argentina.
A favor.
In favor.
Thank you. Armenia, you are entitled to 11 votes. Proposal by Palestine.
10 in favor, 1 abstention.
Proposal by France.
10 in favor, 1 abstention.
Proposal by DRC.
11 abstain.
And proposal by Argentina.
All in favor.
Thank you. We go to Australia. Mr. Speaker, your delegation is entitled to 14 votes. On the proposal by Palestine, please.
14 votes against.
Proposal by France.
14 votes in favour.
DRC.
14 votes against.
And Argentina.
14 votes in favour.
Thank you. We go to Austria. You are entitled to 12 votes. On the proposal by Palestine.
12 votes against.
Proposal by France.
12 votes in favor.
Proposal by DRC.
12 votes against.
And proposal by Argentina.
12 votes in favor.
Thank you. Azerbaijan, absent. Bahamas, absent. Bahrain. May I kindly ask the delegation of Algeria if you can sit down? We cannot see. Can the distinguished delegates from Algeria take a seat? We cannot see behind you. Thank you. Bahrain, you have 11 votes. On the proposal by Palestine, please.
In favor, 11.
Proposal by France.
Against.
Proposal by DRC.
Against.
And proposal by Argentina.
Against.
Thank you. Belarus, you are entitled to 12 votes. Proposal by Palestine.
12 in favor.
Proposal by France.
12 against.
Proposal by DRC.
12 against.
And proposal by Argentina.
12 against.
Thank you. We go to Belgium. You are entitled to 13 votes. On the proposal by Palestine, please.
10 contre et 3 abstentions.
10 against and 3 abstentions.
13 pour.
13 in favor.
By DRC.
13 abstentions.
13 abstentions.
13 pour.
13 in favor.
Benin, absent. Bhutan. Bhutan, you're entitled to 10 votes. Proposal by Palestine. Just a moment. Okay, yes.
Yeah, in favor.
Proposal by France.
Abstain.
Proposal by DRC.
Abstain.
And Argentina.
Abstain.
Thank you. Bosnia-Herzegovina, you are entitled to 11 votes. Proposal by Palestine, please.
11 in favor.
Proposal by France.
11 in favor.
Proposal by DRC.
Abstention.
And proposal by Argentina.
In favor.
Thank you. Botswana. Botswana, you are entitled to 10 votes. Proposal by Palestine.
In favor.
France.
Abstain.
DRC.
Abstain.
And Argentina.
Abstain.
Thank you. Brazil. Brazil, you have 20 votes. Proposal by Palestine, please.
Brazil, 20 votes, abstention.
Proposal by France.
20 votes, yes.
Proposal by DRC.
20 votes, abstention.
And Argentina.
20 votes, yes.
Thank you. Bulgaria, absent. Burkina Faso, absent. Burundi, 13 votes. 13 voix. On the proposal by Palestine, please. Just a moment, it's coming. Go ahead. You can speak now.
Okay. Palestine, 13 voix.
Palestine, 13 in favor.
RDC.
RDC, 13 in favor.
Donc, vous avez...
You voted for Palestine. Now on France, please. What is your position?
La proposition.
What is your position on France? Abstention. The proposal on the DRC, 13 votes in favor, and Argentina, abstention. Thank you.
Cabo Verde, you have 10 votes. If you can turn on your microphone, please. On the proposal by Palestine.
Abstenção.
Abstention. France in favor.
By DRC.
Abstention.
Proposal by Argentina.
A favor.
In favor.
Thank you. Cambodia, you have 13 votes. On the proposal by Palestine, please.
13 abstention.
Proposal by France.
13 in favor.
DRC.
13 abstention.
And Argentina.
13 abstention.
Thank you. Cameroon, absent. Canada, you have 15 votes. On the proposal by Palestine, please. I see you now. Yes. So Canada, do you have your light on? Not yet. I see a green light. Okay, just a moment. Okay, so proposal by Palestine. No, still no.
I saw Libya had turned on their microphone, so they're mixed here. Just a second. Yeah. Canada, are you okay now?
I see the green light.
So it's not. This is.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
It's okay now?
So
go ahead.
We're good now. So on the proposal by Palestine, please.
Say that again, please.
Proposal by Palestine, you have 15 votes. How would you like to cast them?
15 against.
Proposal by France.
15 in favor.
DRC.
15 against.
Argentina.
15 in favor.
Thank you. Chad. Do we have Chad in the room? Yes? Okay. Chad, you are entitled to 13 votes. Please let me know when your light, the red light, is on.
He hasn't placed. He hasn't requested. Okay.
Okay.
There we go.
Proposal by Palestine, please.
Abstention, 13 abstentions.
13 abstentions.
13 pour.
13 in favor.
RC.
13 abstentions.
13 abstentions.
Ina.
13 abstentions.
13 abstentions.
Chile, if you can turn on your mic.
Acá.
Yes, Chile, you have 13 votes. Proposal by Palestine.
5 a favor.
5 in favor, 7 against, 1 abstention.
Proposal by France.
10 in favor, 13 abstentions. 3 abstentions. 10 against, 3 abstentions.
And Argentina?
13 in favor.
In favor, thank you. China? China, you are entitled to 23 votes. Proposal by Palestine, please. We'll just wait for the mic.
It's acting up, but hold on. Okay, here we go.
Proposal by Palestine, please. No, it's still green.
It's still green?
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, I think it's red now? Yeah,
Okay,
go ahead.
go ahead.
On the proposal by Palestine.
23 in favor.
Proposal by France.
23 against.
Proposal by DRC.
23 abstention.
And Argentina?
23 in favor.
Thank you. Côte d'Ivoire? Côte d'Ivoire, vous avez 15 voix.
You have 15 votes. Palestine, please.
Pour.
15 in favor.
Proposition de la France.
On France's proposal,
5 pour, 10 abstentions.
5 in favor, 10 abstentions.
République démocratique.
DRC, 5 in favor, 10 abstentions.
Et Argentine.
And on Argentina, abstentions.
Thank you. We move to Croatia. Croatia, you have 11 votes.
Okay.
Proposal by Palestine, please.
2 votes in favor, 9 votes against.
Proposal by France.
11 votes in favor.
Proposal by the DRC.
11 votes against.
And Argentina.
11 votes in favor.
Thank you. Cuba. Cuba, you are entitled to 13 votes. Proposal by Palestine.
Excuse me, Cyprus, turn off your mic, please. Cyprus?
If Cyprus could turn off
Yeah,
the mic.
please go ahead to the country that you have just mentioned just now. Did you say Cuba?
Cuba.
It's appearing Cyprus here. Is Cuba seated on Cyprus's seat?
So we are registering Cuba now. That has the red light on. Okay?
Cuba, I still don't see you here, but...
I think we can record the vote.
Okay, go ahead, Cuba.
Yes. Okay, we see you. Yes.
Go ahead, Cuba.
Proposal by Palestine, please.
10 in favor.
You have 13 votes.
13 in favor. 13 in favor of Palestine. 13 abstentions.
DRC.
13 abstentions.
Tina.
13 abstentions.
Now we go to Cyprus. Cyprus, if you can turn, do you have a green light on? Yes.
I can see Czech Republic. Is that where they are?
Yes.
Okay.
So
this is
Cyprus,
a little
you have
strange. Go ahead.
11 votes. On Palestine, please.
2 in favor, 4 against, 5 abstention.
Proposal by France.
11 in favor,
Proposal by DRC.
11 against,
And Argentina.
11 in favor.
Thank you. Czechia, if you can turn on your mic, let me know when it's red.
Yep.
It's 13.
Here we
you
are.
have 13 votes. On Palestine, please.
13 against.
France,
13 in favor.
DRC,
13 against.
and Argentina.
13 in favor.
Thank you. We go to the Democratic Republic of the Congo. 20 voix.
You have 20 votes on Palestine. Go ahead, please. 20 abstentions on Palestine. 20 abstentions on France. 20 in favor of DRC. And 20 abstentions for the Argentinian proposal. We've noted that. Thank you.
We go to Denmark. Denmark, you have 10 votes. On the proposal by Palestine, please.
10 against,
Proposal by France.
10 in favor,
Proposal by DRC.
10 abstention,
And Argentina.
10 in favor.
Thank you. Djibouti. Djibouti, you have 11 votes.
C'est bon?
On the proposal by Palestine, please.
11 voix.
11 votes in favor of Palestine. On the French proposal, abstentions. And the DRC? Against? Argentina? Against.
We go to the Dominican Republic. Absent. Ecuador, 11 votes.
Did yet? Okay. Here we go.
Okay, it's still green.
Still green?
No, now it's good. Proposal by Palestine.
For Palestine, in favor.
France. France. On the proposal, I would kindly ask the delegations that are moving around the room, this is not helpful. So if we could please hear quietly the rest of the vote, that would be very helpful. So, delegation of Ecuador, we are now voting on the proposal by France. How do you vote?
Abstention.
Proposal by DRC.
Abstention.
And proposal by Argentina.
Abstention.
Thank you. Proposal by, we go to the delegation of Egypt. We'll wait for the red light.
Yeah.
You are entitled to 20 votes. Proposal by Palestine, please.
20 votes in favor.
Proposal by France.
20 votes against.
Proposal by DRC.
20 votes against.
And proposal by Argentina.
20 votes against.
Thank you. Equatorial Guinea. You are entitled to 11 votes. Proposal by Palestine.
11 in favor. 11 abstentions.
Proposal by DRC.
11 abstentions.
Argentina.
11 abstentions.
Estonia. Estonia, you are entitled to 11 votes. Proposal by Palestine.
11 votes against.
Proposal by France.
11 votes in favor.
DRC.
11 votes against.
And Argentina.
11 votes in favor.
Thank you. Eswatini. Absent. Ethiopia. Ethiopia, you are entitled to 20 votes. On the proposal by Palestine, please.
20 votes abstention.
Proposal by France.
20 votes abstention.
Proposal by DRC.
20 votes abstention.
And Argentina.
20 votes abstention.
Thank you. Fiji. Absent. Finland, you have 12 votes. Proposal by Palestine, you can go ahead.
12 against.
Proposal by France.
12 in favor.
DRC.
12 against.
And Argentina.
12 in favor.
Thank you. La France, vous avez...
France, you have 18 votes on Palestine, 18 against the French proposal, 18 in favor. The DRC, 18 abstentions. Argentina, 18 in favor. We've taken good note of that, thank you. Gabon, absent.
Absent. Germany, you have 19 votes. On the proposal from Palestine, please.
19 votes against.
France.
19 votes in favor.
DRC.
19 votes against.
And Argentina.
19 votes in favor.
Thank you. Ghana. Absent. Greece. Greece, you have 10 votes. On the proposal by Palestine, please. We'll just wait for the red light.
Ten votes against.
Proposal by France.
10 votes in favor.
DRC.
10 votes against.
And Argentina.
10 votes in favor.
Thank you. We move to Guinea. Guinea, you have 11 votes. You have 1 parliamentarian. You are entitled to 10 votes. On the proposal by Palestine, please.
C'est quelle Guinée?
To which Guinea are you referring, madam?
La Guinée ou la Guinée-Bissau?
Guinea-Bissau.
Guinea, not Guinea-Bissau.
OK. Pour la Palestine.
Palestine, 11 in favor. For France, abstention. For the DRC, abstentions. And for Argentina, abstentions.
Guinea-Bissau, you are entitled to 8 votes. On the proposal by Palestine, please. Go ahead.
8 in favor.
Proposal by France.
4 in favor, 4 abstentions.
DRC.
4 in favor, 4 abstentions.
And Argentina.
8 in favor of Brazil.
Thank you. We go to Guyana. I can't see Guyana. I see, yes, thank you. Guyana, you are entitled to 10 votes. On the proposal by Palestine, please.
On the proposal of Palestine, all 10 votes in favor.
Proposal by France. Proposal by France.
All 10 votes in favor.
Proposal by DRC.
10 abstentions.
And Argentina.
All 10 votes in favor.
Thank you. We go to Hungary. Hungary, you have 12 votes on the proposal by Palestine.
10 against, 2 abstention.
France.
12 in favor.
DRC.
12 against.
And Argentina.
12 in favor.
Thank you. We go to Iceland, absent. India. India.
Yes.
Yes, you are entitled to 23 votes on the proposal by Palestine.
All 23 votes abstain.
Proposal by France.
France. All 23 votes abstain.
Proposal by DRC.
All 23 votes abstain.
And Argentina.
All 23 votes abstain.
Noted. Thank you. We go to Iran. Iran, you are entitled to 19 votes. Proposal by Palestine, please.
19 votes in favor of Palestine.
France. Iran, how do you vote on the proposal by France?
19 votes against.
DRC.
19 votes against.
And Argentina.
19 votes against.
Noted. Thank you. Iraq. Iraq, you have 16 votes. On the proposal by Palestine, please.
16 in favor for the proposal by Palestine.
Proposal by France.
Vote.
Against.
DRC.
Vote.
Against.
And proposal by Argentina.
Vote. مقترح أرجنتين.
Against.
Noted, thank you. Ireland. Ireland, you have 12 votes. On the proposal by Palestine, please.
6 for, 6 abstain.
Proposal by France.
12 for.
Proposal by DRC.
3 for, 9 against.
And Argentina.
12 for.
Thank you. Israel, you have 12 votes. On the proposal by Palestine, please.
12 against.
Proposal by France.
12 abstentions.
Proposal by DRC.
Abstention.
And Argentina.
Abstention.
Thank you. Italy. Mr. President, your delegation is entitled to 17 votes. Proposal by Palestine, please. 1 MP, 10 votes.
No, I'm
excuse
sorry,
me.
not 17, 10.
10 votes. Thank you.
Yes, in favor of France, in favor of Argentina, against others.
So 10 against Palestine, 10 in favor of France, 10 against DRC, and 10 in favor of Argentina. Thank you. Jamaica, absent. Japan, you have 20 votes. On the proposal by Palestine, please.
20 votes abstention. 20 votes for, in favor.
Proposal by DRC.
20 votes abstention.
And proposal by Argentina.
10 votes in favor, 10 votes abstention.
Well noted, thank you. We go to Jordan. Jordan, you are entitled to 13 votes. On the proposal by Palestine, please.
In favor لصالح فلسطين. All the votes.
Proposal by France.
Against.
Proposal by DRC.
Against.
And Argentina.
Against.
Noted, thank you. We go to Kenya. Absent. Latvia. Latvia, you have 11 votes. Proposal by Palestine.
11 against.
Proposal by France.
11 in favor.
Proposal by DRC.
11 against.
And Argentina.
11 in favor.
Noted, thank you. We go to Lesotho. Lesotho, you have 11 votes.
We
On
have
the proposal
11
by Palestine, please.
For Palestine, 11 for.
Proposal by France.
And the rest, we abstain.
Abstention on the other 3 proposals. We go to Liberia. Liberia has 12 votes. Liberia on the proposal, absent. Libya.
دولة ليبيا
Libya, 12 votes. On the
12
proposal
صوتا
by
جميعا
Palestine.
مع مقترح دولة فلسطين
12 in favor for Palestine.
Proposal by France.
12 صوتا جميعا
12 against France and the others.
DRC. All against. Okay,
Against.
well noted. Liechtenstein, 10 votes. Yes. On the proposal by Palestine, please.
10 against.
Proposal by France,
10 in favor.
DRC,
10 against.
and Argentina.
10 in favor.
Thank you. We go to Lithuania. Lithuania, you have 11 votes. Proposal by Palestine.
11 against.
Proposal by France.
11 in favor.
DRC.
11 against.
Argentina.
11 in favor.
Thank you.
Viskas, varoju.
And now we go to Madagascar. That is absent. This is the last delegation that I had on the list. Are there any delegations that have not voted? Madam President, it appears that everyone has voted and the vote can be considered closed.
Dear colleagues, we have closed the voting by Madagascar, and then we wait for the announcement shortly when they're doing the tallying here. It won't take very long. Let's be patient. Dear colleagues, we closed the voting, and you remember the explanation that was given by the Secretary General before we started voting, and he drew your attention to a number of rules. Now I am about to give you the results. But before I do that, I would like to draw your attention to Rule 11, Sub-Rule 2 of the Rules of the Assembly, Sub-Rule 2B. I read for you: consideration and acceptance by the Assembly of a request for the inclusion of an emergency item in its agenda shall be subject to the following provisions. I will not read all of them. I'll go to B. It says the Assembly may place only one emergency item on its agenda. Should several requests obtain the requisite majority, the one having received the largest number of positive votes shall be accepted. Colleagues, I will present to you the results in accordance with the way that we voted. So I will begin with the vote that was given to the motion that was presented, or to the item presented by Palestine on behalf of the Arab group. The number of positive votes is 651, negative votes 413, abstentions 346. The total of yes and no votes is 1,064. 2/3 of the votes cast, 709. The specified majority of 2/3 has not been obtained. I will now go to the second item, which was proposed by France, United Kingdom, Germany, Netherlands, and Canada. The number of positive votes is 795. Negative votes 309. Abstentions 306. The total number of yes and no votes 1,104. 2/3 of the votes cast, 734. The specified majority of 2/3 has been obtained. Now we will go to the other item, which was presented by the Democratic Republic of Congo. The number of positive votes is 121. The number of negative votes, 624. Abstentions, 665. Total of yes and no, 745. The 2/3 of the votes cast, 497. The specified majority of 2/3 has not been obtained. I will now go to the item that was presented by Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Guyana, Mexico, and Peru. The number of positive votes is 709. The negative votes, 320. Abstentions, 381. The total of yes and no votes, 1,029. The 2/3 of the votes cast, 686. The specified majority of 2/3 is attained. Now, colleagues, the two motions, or the two items that received the required 2/3 is the motion that was presented by France on behalf of the United Kingdom, France, Germany, Netherlands, and Canada, but also the motion that was presented by Argentina on behalf of Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Guyana, Mexico, and Peru. Now, according to the rule that I've just read for you, Rule 11, sub-rule 2B, out of these two which have gotten the required 2/3 majority, we are going to, the Assembly is going to endorse the one that was presented by France because it has the highest number of votes according to our rules. So, and this is because the 2/3 that the motion presented by France got was 736, while the one that was presented by Argentina, 686. So, colleagues, having noted about this development and the fact that the motion which was presented by France have received both the necessary majority and the highest number of positive votes, will be added to our agenda as item 9. May I remind all the delegates that the consideration of this item will be held tomorrow in this hall, and our meeting will begin effectively at 9 a.m. So I would like to invite all of you to participate in this debate, which is very important to all of us. I will now let the Secretary General to explain how we are going to compose the drafting committee. Secretary General, you have the floor. When they're talking, you really have to shout.
Yeah, nobody's lifting. Yes, just to clarify, tomorrow, as Madam President has just said, there will be a debate on this item that you have chosen as an emergency item for the agenda of the Assembly. And following that debate, tomorrow in the morning, there will be a drafting committee that will be struck to prepare a resolution for adoption or rejection on Thursday at the close of the Assembly. That drafting committee, normally as per practice, should not be more than 11 members, and each geopolitical group is required to nominate representatives to join the drafting committee that will work tomorrow to prepare a resolution for consideration by the Council on Thursday. Madam President, that is it.
Dear colleagues, after the explanation of the Secretary General, I now adjourn our meeting until tomorrow at 9 sharp. We will begin our discussion. Thank you very much and good evening.